Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to Possible Symposium POS Design, organized by the Architectural Service Department of the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. I'm Celia, MC of today. The speakers of today's symposium come from a variety of backgrounds and disciplines to share case studies and insight with the goal of bringing multidisciplinary insight for the public open space design and innovation in Hong Kong. The symposium today consists of 4 thematic dialogues with the global cases that demonstrate the use of design thinking and also innovation POS design, and also sharing session of possible. And also, there will be a Q&A session after each dialogue. If you have any question to the speaker, please jot it down and raise it out in the Q&A session. And now, without further ado, may we invite Mr. Edward Tse, JP, Director of Architectural Service Department, the Director of Architectural Services Department, the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to come up on stage and deliver an introduction note for us.
Permanent Secretary for Works, Ricky, distinguished guests, moderators, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm pleased to have your presence here today for Possible Symposium. This has been a long time in the waiting. Despite waves of COVID, we can finally gather here today to discuss an important topic. Hong Kong is a very unique city, with some neighborhoods such as Mong Kok that has a density of 130,000 inhabitants per square kilometer, one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Yet, it is a place like this that we are also contrasted with an extremely accessible countryside that we can reach by easy public transportation. We have such a wide variety of public open spaces, from the extra small sitting out areas in our dense urban fabric to our medium-sized parks and regional parks, to those extra large country parks like this one here, encompassing half of Lantau Island. We have a lot of such assets in Hong Kong. In the past, we may have followed more traditional design processes with old-school approach to public consultation, resulting some of these more typical public play spaces. But then we built the Two Moon Inclusive Park. Look at the outcome. It yields a lot more visitors and brings a lot more smiles than any of the other similar public play spaces that we have designed. Why is that? The differences we discovered was in our community engagement process, where we involved children in drawing, ideating, and given us new ideas of what a play space for them should look like. We have started to embrace the design thinking process and principles of empathy, divine, and ideation to get these ideas on the ground, resulting in a design that matches what the community wants. Our Assistant Director, Ms. Alice Young, will provide more details in her sharing later on. This engagement process allows us to create better designs for all. This is why we started the project Possible Public Open Space Design Lab. This project not just looked at one particular type of public open space, but across different typologies of public open spaces. Could we also create a more innovative process of engaging users, stakeholders, and team members as we embark on our journey of designing new public open spaces, like we have done at Two Moon Inclusive Park? Could we create a process that supports and encourage project proponents and design practitioners on engaging the community and creating design that stems from users? Since October 2021, we have embarked on a journey with 8 design thinking workshops. Field surveys, literature reviews, and with a structured design thinking approach to understand the needs of users and stakeholders in using and designing public open spaces. So far, we have engaged over 1,000 participants in this exercise. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Create Hong Kong for the funding support, our design thinking advisor, Hong Kong Design Center, our implementation consultant, Neighborhood Innovation Lab by Architecture Commons, and our design guide consultant, One Bike Design Studio, for their tremendous efforts in the process despite the impacts by COVID. Through our first phase of work, including literature review, design thinking workshops, case studies, and field surveys, we have formulated a good design-led framework with 3 aspects and 10 values as shown in this slide for public open space applicable to various typologies. It is with this framework that we are now creating a design thinking toolkit and design guide that can further support practitioners of public open spaces, including government officials, design practitioners, NGO operators, researchers, informing dialogues, actions, and implementation around public open spaces. The design toolkit would help us to understand better how to discover with users, to define and ideate with stakeholders, and to deliver innovative solutions with team members. The design guide, on the other hand, will help guide us on how best to deliver a desirable public open space through design strategies and design parameters. The design thinking toolkit and the design guide will form an essential resource that we will promote to our project proponents and POS practitioners to use for the coming public open space projects. Possible is a pilot project in and of itself to encourage cross-sector collaboration, to listen, discuss, and form new ways to look at various typologies of POS. We encourage more joint efforts within and among the government to encourage collaboration and with cross-disciplinary professionals towards a proactive way forward that can create greater good of POS development. We have heard from participants that this is a very unique opportunity to test new ideas with fellow practitioners. We foresee that this is only the beginning of setting up a culture of promoting new methodologies for building a livable and healthy city that is enjoyed by all, not just confining to public open spaces, but extending into many other building typologies that shape our urban development. To this, I end my presentation. Once again, for joining today's symposium, and I hope you all will enjoy today's rundown. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Please be seated, and thank you for your speech, and also let's join us to make a better public open space together. And next, we would like to invite our honorable guest of this morning, Mr. Ricky Lau, JP, Permanent Secretary for Development Works, Development Bureau of the Government of Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, to come up on stage and deliver the keynote speech for us. Let's give a big hand to our honorable guest of this morning, Mr. Ricky Lau, JP.
Edward, Richter, Ivan, distinguished guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to address you today at the Possible Symposium. Many thanks to the great effort of our colleagues in RTSD and collaborating organizer. We have brought us today many ideas and proposals in making the possible come true. I feel excited and look forward to the sharing of the experts of various sectors from the floor about developing public open space in our city at today's symposium. As mentioned by Edward, Hong Kong is a metropolitan compact city. More than 7 million population live and work in built area, which occupy about 25% of our land, or an average of about 27,000 people flowing and circulating in 1 kilometer square of built area. Unlike many cities in the world, Hong Kong is featured with many greenery areas. Our country parks account for some 40% of the total land area, and most of them can be accessible within an hour or two of traveling time. Many Hong Kong people enjoy a healthy lifestyle, going hiking over weekends in these natural public open spaces. We also treasure leisure time in public open space in the surrounding areas where we spend our me time with some tranquil moment of reading, thinking, sketching our legs, and catching up with families and friends on the way to work and home. We aspire to create public open space with the community and stakeholders like all of you in the right place, providing all sorts of inspirations and support to enrich the city life of Hong Kong. Imagine, it is indeed a quality of life. We can load with a lovely and exciting public open space, which can provide waterside walk, sparkling social interactions, art exchange, healthy group activities, which bring about a quality, inclusive, and sustainable living environment for Hong Kong people. There are various visions in our making of public open space in urban context. First and foremost, public open space should be developed in resonance with the needs of our community. And on this point, Tea Moon Park, as mentioned by Edward, is a textbook example in Hong Kong, with people's recreation needs training to be more diversified and active, and with the support of playwright 知樂兒童遊樂協會, with its inclusive play facilities for children of different ages and ability to play together, the Tea Moon Park has become a favorite haunt for local families since its modification in 2018. Riding on this success, we then announced in the 2019 policy adjust to enhance more than 170 public play spaces with facility of greater innovation and more fun, which would better care for residents' needs. Yet, play is an essential of life, not just for children, but people of all ages. We are no longer confining ourselves merely to recreational public open space, but innovative, open, and inclusive play space for everyone, grandparents, parents, young people alongside with their children. The design of public open space should respond to the needs of residents and users and reflect the local characteristics of a neighborhood. Typical example is the Energy Kowloon East Initiative, 起動九龍東, where open space decorated in design, showcasing the history of the manufacturing base of Kwun Tong, are created to support the art and physical pursuits, not only for the nearby residents, but the people working in this second CBD of Hong Kong. This welcoming design philosophy will be steering the planning under the Invocation Island Show Initiative, 躍動港島南, and our future Northern metropolis. We should also aim at inventing diverse public open space and make it to be the pulse of our city, a wonderland for residents to develop their creativity and providing entertainment on the environment, an oasis for the refreshment of the working population, a place for stimulating art, exhibition, and music performance, a venue for physical exercise by the sport ones, a tool for improving deteriorated urban areas and preserving heritage, and also a catalyst for urban regeneration. Creating public open space would serve various needs and also connections of all walks of life in the neighborhood. To achieve this objective, we need collaboration. We need inputs from all professions, stakeholders, and public under a united vision, which is co-disciplinary, human-centered, and community-oriented, and adopt an innovative approach on 4 pillars of thinking. First pillar, place-making and design thinking. People should be central to the making of public open space, with its planning, design, and management all driven by the needs of the community. Public open space should no longer be provided by somebody, but created to meet people's aspirations. Connection, bonding, and integration are the concept behind the placemaking process. The H6 Connect is just a perfect example of design thinking and placemaking based on survey on users of the nearby streets. It is most impressive achievement. The creation of the underground open space for residents and those working in the vicinity while reopening the old and neglected streets into art lane with new colors, bringing back local history to life as presidents walk through them. The second and the third pillars both start with CO. With co-creation and co-management means we work together. The eBay Square Playground in Chunwan, a small open space surrounded on all sides by buildings, was revitalized and we opened last year as a lively micro-park with unique identity. The colorful transformation of this public open space is the result of extensive stakeholder engagement by the government partnering with the young architects starting from the initial stage. With different creative use of public open space put together in one place, it is key to come up with venue management that could address different focus of various user groups and government department concerns. As our efforts to innovate, we are adopting open management model as a suitable site on the city promenades. The Belcher Bay section of the Keynote promenade in Western District, fully opened round the clock since late 2020, was a key pilot site with joint efforts of user and government departments. The low-fields concept of mostly mobile installation there is prompting visitors of different age groups to unleash their creativity in their own ways. The spirit of human-centric and co-management, while doing away with undue limitation, is to encourage the public to appreciate the needs of other users and exercise mutual respect in enjoying the shared open space in an inclusive manner. To bring the people and our Victoria Harbour closer together, the Development Bureau has been working jointly with the Harbourfront Commission and other collaborators and stakeholders in the spirit of the 4 pillars under our innovation tactics cross-sector collaboration. The Harbour Chill, a themed harbourfront space located next to the Wan Chai Ferry Pier, is a harbourfront experimental space co-created by people and community professionals from all walks of life. It's come with art jamming in a soft and cozy environment, an interesting installation designed by the community, bearing features of the pier and old Wan Chai. The vibrant opening of this public open space was all complete, fulfilled through the dynamic essence and co-creation by various collaborators, social enterprise, art and community organizations, as well as service vendors. Placemaking is an integral part of community development, with the related professions of all closely tied to people's lives. Having walked through difficult times over the past few years, we all look forward to bringing the livability, playability, and sustainability of our city to a new horizon. In line with one of the four hopes for Hong Kong by President Xi, that is providing a quality, inclusive, and sustainable living environment for our community. And so, with the concerted effort of the government, the people, and our partners here today, we will be seeing very soon in our beautiful city, inclusive and welcoming neighborhoods with more diverse public open space, enhanced community facilities, and green environment for everyone's enjoyment. In conclusion, may I express appreciation once again to the organizing and co-working team for sharing their insight and to the community and to their commitment of all participants. Your innovative and thoughtful action to develop a design thinking guide and toolkit for reference by all practitioners will be empowering the community in building our city and extending the spirit of possible, the possible project to beyond this event. To this note, I wish this symposium a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lau, and please stay with us for another group photo on stage. Today, it's our honor to have our honorable guest joining us this morning. May we also invite Mr. Edward Tse, JP, Director of Architectural Services Department to join us on stage. And also Mr. Michael Lee, Deputy Director, Architectural Services Department. Let's have a group photo on stage with our honorable guest. Okay, please stay with us for the second group photo. In the second group photo, may we also invite Ms. Amy Zheng, Head of Energizing Kowloon East, Mr. Victor Zhang, Head of Create Hong Kong, and also Mr. Ivan Fu, Chairman of CIC Committee of Environment, to come up on stage and join us for the second group photo. Thank you, and please stay with us. We'll have the third group photo. May I also invite Ms. Brenda Au, Head of Invigorating Island South Office, Professor Eric Yim, Chairman of the Hong Kong Design Center, Ms. Alice Yuan, JP, Assistant Director, Architectural Services Department, Mr. Patrick Look, Assistant Director of Housing Department, Ms. Leonie Lee, Commissioner of Harbourfront Office, and also Mr. Paul Wong, JP, District Officer of Sham Shui Po Home Affairs Department, and also Mr. Casey King, Deputy Head of Energizing Kowloon East Office. Last but not the least, may I also invite Mr. THEi Ken, Chief Project Manager 303 of Architectural Services Department. Okay, please look at our official cameraman in the middle. And thank you for joining us this morning to co-create a better public open space in Hong Kong. With our possible on hand. So thank you very much. And please be seated. And may I invite also Mr. Ricky Lau, Edward Tse, Michael Lee, and THEi Ken to join us on stage. So may I invite Ricky, Edward, Michael, and THEi to stay with us on stage. We'll have the last group photo with all of our speakers today. So may I now invite our speakers to join us on stage, including Dr. Joseph Wong, Executive Director of Hong Kong Design, Professor Leslie Chen, Board Director of Hong Kong Design Center, Mr. Eric Ho, Co-founder and Director of Neighborhood Innovation Lab Architecture Commons, Ms. Sarah Mui, co-founder and director of One Bike Design Studio. Ms. Ruby Yeung, founder and director, HKALPS Limited. Ms. Suzanne Trump, senior lecturer, Faculty of Architecture, Hong Kong U. Professor Michael Seal, Associate Dean of the School of Design, Poly U. Mr. Chris Yun, Head of Play Environment, Playwright. Dr. Angelina Low, Director of Creative Kids and I Am Creative. And also Ms. Tracy Wong, Senior Town Planner, Planning Department. It's a great pleasure to have all of our speakers joining us this morning and share their insights about the public open space creation. So excited and can't wait to hear your sharing later today. Thank you all of our speakers, and let's put our hands together, and thank you all of our guests. Please be seated. It's a great opportunity today that we have so many of our guest speakers together here at the venue to share their insight with us. And now we are ready to dive into the symposium of today. Our first dialogue will discuss the first step of design thinking, and the theme of this dialogue is new ways to build empathy. How do you hear and listen to your users while designing public open space? In our first dialogue, we are pleased to have Professor Leslie Chen, JP, Board Director of Hong Kong Design Center, to be the host of this session. Professor Leslie Chen, JP, is currently Dean of the Faculty of Design and Environment at the Technological and Higher Education Institute of Hong Kong, THEi. He also holds appointment as Honorary Professor at the Faculty of Architecture, University of Hong Kong, and also Hong Kong U Space. Professor Chen is also current Board Director of the Hong Kong Design Center, Vice Chairman of Hong Kong Designer Federation of Design and Creative Industry, and also advisor of the Design Council of Hong Kong. Without further ado, let's put our hands together and invite Professor Chen to host our first dialogue. Professor Chen, please.
I guess I can sit down. Well, thank you for the introduction. I'm delighted and honored to be here with you to serve as a moderator for the first session. So our first session, or Dialogue 1, is titled New Ways to Build Empathy. The panel of Dialogue 1 speakers will share their experience of building empathy through various tools, such as research, observation, and practical application from programming to built environment. So it is my pleasure to introduce the three distinguished speakers in this first panel. The first one is Dr. Angelina Low. She is the founder and director of Creative Kids. With an education background in fine art, visual design, and Christian education from the US, and working experience as art director in the 4A's advertising agencies in Hong Kong. She is a grateful recipient of local and international awards on advertising, graphic design, as well as in art education. Ms. Angelina Low. Please sit. Yes, please sit. Thank you. I'll introduce all the speakers at once. So the second speaker is Professor Michael Siu Kin Huai. He is Associate Dean Research, Eric Yim Professor in Inclusive Design, and Chair Professor of Public Design at the School of Design, PolyU. He is also founder and leader of the Public Design Lab. His research areas are public design, policy and management, user reception, inclusive design, and flexi design. He solely owns over 50 US and international patents in design and registration, and over 50 international invention and design grant awards. So, our friend Michael. Our third speaker is from overseas, Ms. Claire Wise. THEi is a founding partner of WXY, whose work as an architect and urbanist focuses on innovative approaches to public spaces, structures, and cities. Claire was awarded the Medal of Honor from AIA New York in 2018 and was also honored with the Women in Architecture Award by Architectural Record in 2019. Her firm, WXY, is globally recognized and has played a vital role in design thinking around resiliency. So Claire will be with us online. So without further ado, I'll invite our first panelist to deliver her sharing.
Thank you. Good morning. It's such an honor and delight to be here. As you can see that my job is to play with children. I cannot stop at every opportunity. I'm Angelina, and I work with children for many years. So in the next 12 minutes, someone is going to... Oh, thank you. In the next 12 minutes, I hope I will have enough time to share with you with excitement 2 projects. The first one is playful public design by children. And the second one is a recent project that we did using Minecraft to design a floating city. So the first one is a real-life project. Real life in the sense that children actually went to the country park and then thought about solutions for country park. And one day it will become installed in real life, I hope, if we impress you enough today. And the second one is hypothetical. So the point that I wish to make is that design education can actually start very young. They may not have your expertise, your professional expertise, but if we start with the mindset, there are so many possibilities, which is the spirit of today's symposium. Okay, empathy. What is empathy? These are the drawings of some of our children. Of course, we put it together as a graphic. Empathy is the ability to see, sense, and share other people's needs, perspectives, and feelings. So I'm sure many of you have children at home or you work with children. You were children before. And before the age of 6, we are pretty much stuck with ourselves. We just cannot control our own impulses to do what we want and what we want now. But as they mature, they have a growing ability to see beyond themselves. So what we are trying to do in our projects, in this playful public design by children, we wish to help children adopt 3 different roles: as researchers, designers and change makers. The process involved guiding children to identify and solve problems. And then they learn to ask questions, which is the beginning of research. And then they are given the opportunity to think of possibilities to solve problems. Children are very curious, and they always ask questions, as long as we allow them to. Years ago, we already started doing projects that help children feel compassion for people in trouble. For example, in the year 2015 in Nepal, there was this over 7.2 earthquake. Then we could only give them content knowledge from internet, from the media. And children just thought about different ways that they could help. They will ask questions, why are these people in trouble? What happened to the homes, to the villages? And then they were guided to think about maybe childish or childlike ways to build machinery, robots, and different ways to bring supplies to help these people in trouble. This is just the seed of empathy. And in 2012, we did a hypothetical project of children designing the children's hospital, and it's right next door. One day, some of our children's ideas can be implemented. It's really exciting for children to see their ideas being recognized and not dismissed or negated. So they thought about robots that could go around the wards, the patients, where they can distribute medications. They could think about why they want to put the mortuary at the very top floor, because on the top floor is where the helicopters will land, and then the helicopters wouldn't disturb the dead bodies. So children actually have the capacity to see people's needs. So an opportunity came in the year 2019. It was a collaborative research project with the Public Design Lab of the Hong Kong Polytechnic University School of Design, and with the support of different government departments. It's a project in which children learn to move from being self-centered to other-centered, from human-centric to more animal-centric, and being oblivious to become more observant. Let's take a look at some of the examples. Each child sees nature differently. From painting, they realize that not all greens are the same. Not all blue skies are the same. At first, when they went to Shingmun Country Park, the real-life setting, they were really annoyed by monkeys. And then the solutions were let's just think of ways to kill them. Let's poison them. Let's do slingshots and traps. But later, because we explained to them that it was human who invaded monkeys' territory, their solution became different. They would design signages that were more empathetic, like do not feed human food to monkeys. Do not try to catch the baby monkeys. And they would also think of banana guns. They will shoot the bananas out when the humans are having their barbecue, so that the monkeys can enjoy the bananas and humans enjoy the barbecue. The younger children, they also thought about windmills to ward away the mosquitoes and keep them cool. And children are very short, so they would think of tall structures like observation towers, pavilions. And some of the pavilions are inspired by nature, like plants and insects. And some of these designs are by older children, over 12 years old. Then they identify the problems instead of adults giving them problems. And from these children, we discovered that they were most concerned about 8 areas. They're concerned about security, comfort, hygiene, empathy, curiosity, recreation, design, and aesthetics. So let me have the next few seconds just to quickly show you what we recently did with children is to design a floating city, hypothetical, for climate refugees, people who will lose their homes to the rising sea level. Children are capable of shuttling between digital and physical model making to build a city with a lot of provisions for entertainment, basketball courts, badminton, swimming, greenery, and they would think about food source, community needs. Of course, they would think about high quality housing, and then hospitals, fire stations, including the interior. So through imagining, making, playing, children can learn to think for other people. Today, we only catch glimpses of what children can do. So with empathy-based design education through art, design, and architecture, we truly have a lot of hope in what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelina, for delivering your sharing. May I now invite Professor Sil for his sharing. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Good morning, friends, and also colleagues, and also many guests. Today, when I think about the topic about the empathy, okay, and how to have the new ways or what is the new ways, then I think, although I have done quite a lot of projects related to public and open space or public open space, but today I want to more focus on a small project we have proposed for quite a lot of years, but still under some development, also some changes. Okay. Today I want to focus something more about if we're talking about empathy or something we concern about inclusiveness, then we may consider the visually impaired. Okay. Social equality is a key point we need to consider today. Okay. Although the social means a lot of meanings, but let us think after this symposium or something. Okay. What's social equality? I give you 2 English words or letters. It's REF. When we're talking about empathy, I taught and also teaching my students. I always use these 3 letters. The first thing is you really need to respect. When you talk about empathy, you need to respect. That means that you need to respect their practice, their habits, or their like or dislike. And then you need to explore something that you want to do with something, or what you need to do, or what's the things. And then, as a designer, or today, when we talk about design, architect, or planning, something like this, even an engineer, I can see quite a lot of engineers here. I can see Winnie here, okay, I think something like this. And then you need to facilitate them. That means that I use this term, maybe you design, you make, and then you manage something. Management is very difficult today, we find out. We can design very beautiful things, like the waterfront. Very beautiful items. How to manage them? Wow. After 2 months, many people complain about the materials, complain about somebody, but the design think that it's not my role, or it's not my responsibility to take care of it. Okay, how the management, okay, something. And then I want to see, for example, we explore facilitate, we think about different backgrounds. For example, I just give you an example. Many people think that the Braille, the visually impaired people will know the Braille. But whether you know there's a different kinds of Brailles in the world. Many think that oh, I can design a braille, but the Chinese and the British or something like this, they use different brailles. If we use the standard international brailles, I will tell you, no need to learn language. And all the children, no matter you see or not, learn brailles, okay? Something like this. And then different capabilities, like many inclusive design study in US and also UK, talk about inclusive design group, something like this. Different needs. The most part is the last 2 points I mentioned here, the different preference. List does not mean preference. Okay, and then different everyday practice, how they practice their life. I don't need to explain too much, but today my work about empathy or about inclusive design is try to decrease the pyramid, the population at the top that we need to have a particular care of these kind of people. That means that we can use some inclusive design or something very common, normal design to serve the needs of different populations. I want to use an example because when we talk about public space, public open space, toilet or washroom, okay, is a good example for us to illustrate today's topic. This one, you can see, I just show you some pictures. It's squatting type with some facilities inside a cubicle or compartment, what you say, okay, in the public toilet. Different types. Seems the same, but different types. Okay, you can see the preference. On this, it's an aircraft toilet, you can see, okay. We have a lot of facilities inside. For us, it's not so bad, easy to use. The facility is quite good, okay, clean. Some facility like this. This one may be a female toilet, okay? But I want you to focus on one thing. Today we promote environmental friendly, and then we use this kind of tapes that you wash your hands and you reserve the water and then put in a tank. And then referring to my topic, where the visually impaired people know these kind of facilities. You have a good invention, good intention, but where for example, a blind person can know it. And then some even very good facilities, for example, this one in Japan or other places in Asia, now they many things are designed, good, modern, even a simple facilities or simple items like the door, how to open it, the handrails were there. Don't think that a visual impaired people no need to use the handrails. VIP, visual impaired person, they also can get old. And then some call for help. You want to, a visual impaired, how they call for help. You ask them to lift up the cover of the toilet bowl, what we call it, okay, whether they know it. And then some facilities, of course, in the old days we smoke, but no, now we don't need it, okay, attendant call, something like this, a paper, okay. Then, you say that you provide electricity. Then, think the immediately, whether VIP need this electricity, they don't need to use the iPhone or they don't use a cell phone. No, they use it. They really use it. They need it more than us. And then some handrails, whether they have the hook to hold, okay, for them to hand their handbags, their coat, lock, how to open it. Even this one is a toilet, how to hold a cup of coffee. Then, in Japan, many years ago, we have this kind of invention. I think many of the experts now, okay, in here, used to know it. And then, some map, tactile map, whether they can use it. How can they find this kind of map today? For example, I have 3 minutes more, thank you. And then you can see that, okay, for example, if you provide a very good waterfront walkway, how can you tell the visually impaired people where's the toilet? Okay? Different tactile maps. This one is a good design. For example, transparent plastic cover, and then they what we call inclusive design is something like this. Okay, I can use it, I can see it, but the visual impaired can use it. Something. We have some field study. I need to show you our project. We invite the visual impaired people to know whether you expect them to do it in this way or how they find out the facilities, how they use the toilet. We do some field work and the tests, and then we finally find out, okay, do we need to have the separate facilities? But our intention as empathy or something related, we expect the visual impaired to use the facility with us. Let me repeat, with us or together, okay? Then we do many kind of things to do it. We do some workshop. I want to show you some, we ask them to do some design, and then together. And then we do some model testing. And then we finally design a compartment. This compartment can be built inside our public toilet. Inside, but not separate with another accessible toilet. We want to build this one. We build this full scale model in our university and test it, and also implement several in different places. And then we implement this kind of design. It's our model set up. And then we set up some map for them to understand reading. And then together with the plastic sheet on it, we do it in this way. And then we build this toilet. Let me today borrow this chance, our professionals and government officials. If you include this inclusive toilet inside a public toilet, we only need 4 square foot more. And then we can build a standard setup. And then you can really, really provide a very big benefit. Other people can use it. I mean the visual, we can see it, but other people, visual impaired, can use it. We want to build a standard, okay, something like this. Based on empathy, that means that we understand the preference. My last work in my presentation is that I want to show you the picture. I don't need to explain too much to you. But let me tell you, when I say a preference, don't ask the VIP, I mean the visual impaired, always remind me, they don't want to go to use the accessible toilet. They want to be like us to use, so what we call, I use the term normal, okay? I don't like to use them, but they want to use a general, okay, toilet with us. So that we just build this standard. Some people I also raised one question, okay? So we complain whether the people, this so good toilet, other people will occupy, then the visual impaired cannot use it. Think in this way. Nowadays, many accessible toilet, they use it quite good nowadays because the people under education and practice and learning, they can use these things, okay, they'll consider other people. So that I just want to show you, maybe in a few days, or a few months or a few years, we can still build this one, okay? We have some guide for the people to use the toilet, okay? We build a standard braille for them to read. And then we use the antibacterial and virus material that kill the germs within 15 minutes, okay, or 5 minutes. That's all. I want to stop here because of time. Okay, thank you very much. And then I just want to tell you. And then you can get in our website to see this kind of design in details. I just want to, my last one, the ways to empathy that we need to understand and respect the preference and needs. Okay, that's more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Siu, for your sharing. Now, may I invite Ms. Wise to deliver your sharing as well. Thank you, Ms. Wise.
Thank you very much. I'm very, very pleased to be here from a late evening in New York City. I just want to, because of my setup, do you see the slide that I have up? Yes?
Yes, we can see it.
Wonderful. So in my 12 minutes, and again, we didn't plan it, but it does feel that the subject of empathy is such a important and huge topic for everyone. And really, I wanted to talk about two things. One of them, that there was a prompt about new kinds of tools. And I want to make the point through talking about, again, two projects, that although the tools are advancing every day, it's not really what the tools are, but how we use them. And the other important point is really about who the designer is. And I think that we've been talking and getting insights on really people, young, old, differently abled. And I think this quote from Jessica Helfand from her book, Design, the Invention of Desire, is really apt, that design is actually does not require a license, although architecture within that does and other things do. But really, everyone is a designer. And if everyone is, we can facilitate all of us to be designers, that will make a much, much more public space forward world. And, okay. This is her book, if you have a chance to read it. And this is the tool, one of the tools I think I wanted to talk about, which one could be very scared of, but one also could understand its power. So artificial intelligence is a emerging form of co-creation, but of creation. And I'm showing you three queries here. The one in the middle, the query to this AI program was public space, or public space, or loved public space. The one above, you can see the query at the top was empathy in public space. And this is what the artificial intelligence engine of this program produced, which I find also rather interesting. Social seating, people talking, protests, I guess a sign and someone talking to the sign. At the very bottom, after town square, I queried it, a town square filled with monkeys eating bowls of cereal. And this is what it came up with. There's a lot of discussion about tools in architecture that really almost take the designer out of it. And I think that the example I made was, it's a very powerful tool, but what is it for? One of my favorite examples of the other side of that equation, which is an artistic vision, which in this case, it's the Crown Fountain in Chicago, if any of you know it, at Millennium Park. And Jaime Plensa, he had an idea for these, in a way, two towers to be playful, to be a new kind of fountain. And he set up an opportunity for 1,000 citizens of Chicago. And he asked the art school, the Art Institute of Chicago, to call community groups around the city, because he wanted it to represent all neighborhoods in the city, and ask for volunteers. And they were actually videotaped. You can see pictures blowing air and making faces. And from that was this fountain. And I always wondered if the faces would keep changing, if this was a permanent part of the program. And according to the artist, he decided that this represented these 1,000 faces, a moment in time, and that it was a tribute, right, to an ephemeral, not only the fountain itself being playful. In fact, the screens have been replaced recently, but it represented people at a moment in time. Some of the people in the fountain are not alive anymore after not only the pandemic, but age. Some people have given birth to children. So I think this is a very important thing, is to think about what people can do together that they can't do alone, but also one aspect of that is the role of everyone as a designer and the role of a designer. And so I want to take us back a little bit to talk about the origins of our firm was in fact public space, but also to design buildings using community engagement. And the school, in which you see on our website, was designed with children, parents in the school, and the plan of the school they selected was arts first. So there were very few windows available because of the lot, and they chose to put their arts classrooms at the front of the school. This kind of engagement and the kind of tools, whether one of the most important tools still, I think, even though we're all wearing masks now, is to walk with people in their neighborhoods together and to walk together and to talk about what works well and what could be improved. This is really core to going beyond. We think about how this way of public open space engagement and community participation and community design and community co-creation, in many ways, this can grow to affect the city as a whole. The example I'm putting up here is a project that our studio did with a very large community, in fact, a whole middle school district. And Hong Kong is a remarkable city, not only because of nature and city, but because of the density of population. New York has also a pretty great population. For example, this school district, middle school students, this area, which goes from Sunset Park to Brooklyn Heights, it's in downtown Brooklyn. Just this middle school district alone is larger than all of Philadelphia's school district as a whole. So many of these public places can be very large and include many parks and many schools. And I think the key thing here is that the idea was that equity was key as a process. And so therefore creating materials to explain what was happening in at least 3 languages, to also talk and to sit down at tables. There was over 80 meetings for big public events with more than 2,000 people. But within a year, everyone really came together around that integration and inclusivity were related, but 2 distinct, different, in a way, a pair of ideas that had to work together. And this was a huge, in a way, design opportunity. And so to integrate kids together from different social backgrounds, from different circumstances, required changing the rules. And that's what removal of screens is. But it also meant that the schools and parents and teachers had to commit to improving transportation and had to commit to publishing their data every year and having full access to information. When it comes to inclusion, and I think Michael spoke about this so eloquently, it really is about designing inclusive classrooms, true physical access equally to students with disabilities, making sure the resources are there for everyone, and collaborating on best practices. So really this comes to my final project so we have enough time to discuss, which is that school that I first showed you is in a neighborhood called Hunts Point. And this gets to another thing I think about empathy, is the longer you can spend working in a community, working in a place, working with people, the more your own empathy grows, but really the kind of ties and the dialogues between people, in fact, increase the amount of understanding. The image you see here is of a jail for younger people that it was called Spofford, and it closed about 7 years ago in New York. And it was a big wall that no one could get into. The community had really asked for this to change, and to respond to that, we joined with them to compete for a city project to put new housing, about 800 units of housing, along with actually a manufacturing facility. And that was the big idea we had with the community, which is to make an affordable place for businesses, food businesses, and to live. And you can see if you squint, especially the architects in the audience, that what was the buildings is now public space. This is in fact very hilly, like Hong Kong, and it's a big step street to get into the plaza. And what was the prison courtyards is now where the buildings are. And today, the first 2 buildings have come online, and tenants just started to move in this past week. And so this gets to a kind of larger idea of whether it's architecture, public open space, or policy, that community engagement is really the most powerful tool. But at the root of community engagement is really using tools that help with transparency of information and give everyone the tools to be a designer. And so finally, I want to end with this last slide, much like the other two where I'm just doing a Google search, that the community group that helped facilitate both the school and many other things, in fact, is a community organization, community members who come together through a project and through many projects. Really, projects sometimes, whether it's a building, a library, a public space, or a playground, one of the most powerful things that comes out of projects is, in fact, the bringing together of people and the creation of organizations that then create more projects and then take care of people and the neighborhoods they serve. Thank you very much. And let me stop sharing. There we go.
Thank you very much, Claire. I think we have heard from 3 very distinguished guests on their sharing on a wide area of concern in building empathy, right? Michael talked about catering for people of special needs, and Angelina talked about design thinking all the way from children to university, and Claire talked about using AI in the cross-disciplinary approach to open space design. These are all very inspiring and as well as informative session for us. So thank you for that. We do have a very short time for questions, discussion, and all that. I understand that time is quite tight. So instead of asking all different questions, I will try to start with one simple question for all. So my simple question is, based on our topic on building empathy, can our guests share with us what is your most memorable or rewarding experience in working with empathy in relation to open space design? And I suppose we have 1 minute for each guest. So, who would like to start?
as I kept sharing in my previous material, that the turning point for children is being able to go beyond themselves. Because we are basically quite trapped in what we want. Most of the time, our thoughts are quite circling around what we need. It's particularly hard for children. As I was sharing about this monkey, the change from killing the monkey to thinking of ways to protect them. So its shift for us was witnessing the change in children to go beyond themselves.
Thank you, Angelina.
Maybe I start a little bit. As I mentioned before, we need to understand first. Really, we need to understand. My meaning of understanding is that it's not from our perspective. Sometimes we really misunderstand them. For example, like the visually impaired people, like the tactile guide path. We always think that, for example, I complained to my president of the university. We built a very beautiful building, okay, the main building, and then they built a tactile guide path with stainless steel on it, the top. And then the color blurred with the environment. And then I asked him, okay, what's the purpose of the tactile guide path? You need to let the visual impaired to see it. He said, huh? Visual impaired to see it? I said that 85% of VI, they need to see your yellow color, the contrast color. Instead of they feel it. That's a kind of things we need to understand. I think we need to really understand what they need from their perspective. It's what I always mention about, like even you in the open space, we build something, you think that you will not hinder them, but whether they really, okay, get hurt from this one. It's my concern really, from their perspective. Okay.
I think there's, just to add to that, I think there's a growing awareness that public open space is essential infrastructure. And one of the most critical things about it is really safety from cars, at least in an American perspective. And that's I would say, for mothers, for other people, why playgrounds and play areas are so powerful is because they are safe places, and they can be even more than that. But older people, we have to see our public open spaces, whether it's water retention, whether it's universal access, whether it's access to public bathrooms, whether it's access to resources, whether it's shade, or whether it's inspiration. It always should be inspiration, is that it's really satisfying the desires of both the individual and of the community. And I think we can't forget that, and we have to not see it as one little thing, but that all of those public open spaces really connect to be a larger system.
Thank you.
Did I do a minute, I hope?
Thank you. I can see that our time is almost up, but maybe I'll take this opportunity to invite if the floor have any questions. Just one question from the floor. If not, then thank you so much, our guest. It has been really my honor to be in the same session with you. So thank you very much.
Once again, thank you, Professor Chen, Dr. Lo, and also Professor Sil, and also Claire for joining us from New York in the late evening. Let's give a round of applause to all of our speakers and our moderator. Thank you. Please be seated. So see, sense, and share, respect, explore, and facilitate. Thank you all of our speakers in the Dialogue 1 to share their creative ideas on empathy. Coming next in our second dialogue, the theme is about redefining POS in micro-urban context. And we have so many pocket parks and small spaces in our city in Hong Kong. How can we make use of them? So in this dialogue, we are pleased to have Ms. Sarah Mui, co-founder and director of One Bike Design Studio, to be our host of this session. Let's welcome Ms. Sarah Mui. Ms. Sarah Mui is the co-founder and design director of One Bike Design Studio. She's also a catalytic architect, and she brings collaborative creations that are grounded in human design thinking to connect people to the space in their community and strengthen the social fabric. So now, let's pass the floor to Ms. Sarah Mui to host the session for us.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Sarah from One by Design. It's my honor to be here to be the host for this coming dialogue. And so from the first dialogue, we talk about empathy. And so this dialogue too is named Redefining POS in Micro-Urban Context. So we hope this panel, we are going to talk about how we redefine and situate POS in micro-context within our urban conditions as a place of intervention. From interstitial spaces to plazas to under-the-bridge public spaces, how may we address POS under dense urban conditions and create new possibilities? So maybe I will introduce our guests, panelists, and invite them to the stage first. So we are very happy to have Ms. Ruby Yearn with us today. So Ruby is the founder and chair in the Hong Kong Alps Limited, managing vessel in Kwun Tong. We saw a lot of photos of vessels in the introduction. She has worked in a key management role in the construction and interior fitting out industry in Hong Kong, China, Macau, and Singapore for over 20 years. Ms. Yearn has started focusing on social innovation and social enterprises in 2013 and aims to improve the qualities of local communities through social innovation. May we invite Ruby to come on stage first? Thank you. And we also have another guest from Hong Kong, and it's Ms. Suzanne Trump. Suzanne is a senior lecturer in the Division of Landscape Architecture at the University of Hong Kong, where she teaches design studios, landscape media, and research seminars. Her work explores alternative futures for urban landscapes with a particular interest in material innovation and fabrication. Let's welcome Suzanne on stage. Okay, and last but not least, we have James Chen, who is joining us online today. So may I introduce James? Hello, James.
Hello.
Okay, so James is the principal and founding partner of People's Architecture Office and People's Industrial Design Office. Chen has been a Lopes Fellow at Harvard, a Senior Research Fellow at the Harvard Joint Center for Housing Studies, and an Innovation Fellow at MIT's China Future City Lab. He has taught at MIT School of Architecture and Planning and Harvard's Graduate School of Design. Thank you for joining us today, James. Okay, so without further ado, may I invite Ruby for her sharing first. Thank you, Ruby.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Ruby, the founder and chair of HKALPS and Vessel. So, this is a brief summary. Well, before the start of this, during the morning session, before we start this symposium, actually I had a little chat with the guests, and I found out that not all of you been to Vessel. So let me spend a little bit of time about the background of Vessel. I won't go through our mission and vision, but I would like to let you know that we are Section 88 charitable organization, which is similar to a listed company. So we are having very good governance. Now, a glimpse of our site, our three sites. vessel 1, vessel 2, and vessel 3. So that's the more or less the present look. So before we run this vessel, it's an area under the flyover which has been abandoned for 10 years. And thanks for the government, EKO, and also RHSD, they help us to revise, to redesign the hardware of vessel 2 and 3. So we start in 2017, and you know, we start with all this program in order to meet different social needs. So very often this abandoned land, especially under flyover, is neglected. And when you look at the before and after pictures, just as shown earlier, you will see that there's a vast difference in terms of the hardware. But I'm not going to go into the hardware, otherwise it will take hours to explain, you know, all these development constraints. So now, going back to our mission, we're trying to create a livable city. So we try to create this dream and realize it at Vessel. So as you see, we were working through 4 media: art and culture, green living, community engagement, and also sports. A lot of people ask me why I have to do so many things, not concentrate on one area. And my answer is that everyone is unique. So they need choices, especially young people. They need to be inspired. They need to be nurtured through different means. So we try very best to work in these 4 areas. If you ask me if I have more resources, I would like to explore into other interesting areas to attract people of different ages, different background, and also, you know, young and old, you know, as individuals, a family, and also member of the community. So, so we have to, when we run this, when we're running the vessel, there's always one major factors is always at the back of my mind, is sustainability. We have to be self-sustaining. So you see, we when we submit the tender, we really look at the design together with all the possibility which can make us sustainable. So you see, we have 4 major streams of income. we have rental income, we have, you see from the picture, we have a restaurant, also 3 kiosks, and of course there's some event income. We also work very hard to get fundings from different sources. But frankly speaking, fundings are always break-even accounts. So you can imagine, working on an innovative venue is not easy, especially for the past 3 years. So how to make our vision possible and make it happen? I found some keys from the past more or less 5 years experience at Vessel. I'm not sure shining anyway, but the long-term partnership with the government departments really helps our projects to make it happen. I'm very thankful to Energizing East Office, and they really help us to get some policy support from other bureaus. Firstly from Development Bureau, and even other bureaus. So when we kickstart some innovative programs, we have policy support, which is so critical to our success. And it can also create good impact to the community. So, we know the constraint of each other. So we're trying to. I'm a person of many crazy ideas. So I'm so thankful that our government officials are quite innovative as well. They can fully understand, the picture that I try to present. So I'm very happy that I have worked with good government officials so far. So the other way to realize our vision is that we partner with different sectors in the community. So I have a list of partners who we're working with, and I especially want to introduce artists to you. Artists are very difficult to work with, sorry to say that. And they are very confined to their own field. Like visual artists, they won't talk to the performing artists. But in our projects, we mix them together and produce something really amazing. So I'll give you an example in the later slides. And also working with corporates, NGOs, and also professional sports organizations and schools can help us draw the right audience to our programs and projects. And so this is very, all these partners are so indispensable to us. So this is a summary of what we have done and we continue to do. So I'll give you some example. Oh, we're running out of time. So in case I could not finish everything, then you are my honorable guest. Please come to Vessel and give you a personal guide. That will take more than 1 hour at least, so spare your time. So 12 minutes is really, really short time for me to explain. I'd like to jump to some of the interesting program we have done. So we have some farm-to-table workshops, and the next one is the Ori workshop. We hosted with Japanese weavers. The founders invent this kind of a saori weaving. It's not, you can do whatever you like. And look at the product, it's so beautiful. And it can encourage people of different ability to try, and they will see, oh, they really have potential. And even my mom, at that time, she was 90 years old. She learned it right away and do the weaving. So this is what we're trying to introduce, some really innovative and interesting program into the community. So I'm not going to talk about this community service much. Instead, I want to, there's a lot of carnivals. To draw people together and have fun. This is part of our social inclusion projects. Also, urban farming. We have 2 urban farms, one for seasonal veggies, the other one for herbs. So there's a lot of farm-to-table experience, and people can really experience the joy of organic farming. And a lot of young people, they never know that the apple is red in color. So that kind of experience can help them. The last one, I have to quickly. So because of COVID, our theme has turned to wellness. We stress on wellness, physically, mentally, and spiritually. So with the cooperation of few government departments, professional sports, water sports organization, we manage, and also the sponsorship of Jockey Club, we managed to start a boat rolling program just on our neighboring Guntang Typhoon Shelter. And also, because of the COVID, all these skate parks were closed at one time. So all these skateboarders, they came to Vessel to play and practice. So now we are developing so-called the board culture at Vessel. So that is very interesting. I quote you an example. Some skateboarders, they don't have a good social image, but because we got the 2 piano a Vessel for them to play whatever time they like. So a lot of these skateboarders, they play on the skateboard, and then they will play the piano as well. So that's something very close to a vision of a livable city. So that's about, I'm very overrun. So those 3 words to take away, being innovator, having the spirit of entrepreneurship, and the spirit of partnership. Thank you.
So, thank you, Ruby, for sharing. I understand like Vessel has a rich story. So please do go to Vessel, and then I'm sure Ruby will give everyone a private tour. Okay, so next, could I invite Susan? Okay, thank you. So let's look at a very different scale of POS. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much for inviting me. Today I would like to share a research project we have done at the Division of Landscape Architecture at HKU. And it's a research project I've done together with my colleagues, Xiaoxue Liu and Ivan Wellen, roughly from 2016 to 2018. I would like to start my presentation with the idea of observation. The idea of observation, which I consider as very, very important when we work in the urban landscape, especially in such a complex context with Hong Kong, like Hong Kong. And I would like to also bring up this conclusion, which is not from us, but from William White and his 1980s movie, which sounds so obvious. People tend to sit where there are places to sit. Now, one of my observations when I came first to Hong Kong was a space like this. And the sentence came back to my mind. And I thought, he's right. He's so right. People tend to sit where there are places to sit. And then for sure, I tumbled across the terminology, sitting out area. That was not familiar to me at all. And I got curious. I was like, what is a sitting out area? So you can imagine, I saw all these spaces, like larger ones, smaller ones, this and that, sitting out areas. Funnily, when we started that research in 2016, sitting out area was made an official term in the Oxford English Dictionary. And it really is rooted in that multi-layered history of Hong Kong. That it was really spaces to provide a city, a space to rest in that super dense city. Now, we started that urban survey, and what you can see here is sort of, we call it illustrated surveys, which were done by our students in design studios over 3 years. And we really, I saw some of my students here in the room today, and really the project came to life thanks to them, because our students were really our eyes in the field. We could have never done that without these observations we got. And I think that is also part of our methodology, that we send out a student to these places which, you know, we didn't know exactly how they looked like. I mean, certainly you have Google and you can have a look and then you get an idea, right? But I think the observations they did in the field and the observations about how the community uses these spaces, they were extremely important for the project and for us to carry on that project. So over these 3 years of running the studio, we have documented 105 of these sitting out areas. And we focus mostly really on the dense urban areas. So we focus on Kowloon and Hong Kong Island. And here you can see a distribution, all these small red dots are the sitting out areas. You can see they are really mostly located in the build-up urban zones. And then we started to really map them out. We started to draw them. We started to see how they are situated. You can see just on these 4 examples, they are really different. So okay, what are we gonna do with that? And in the next step, we started to create 6 categories. These categories, they shouldn't be really understood as a way to as an absolute categorization or taxonomy. They should rather be understood as something which can overlap, which is not always definite. But it helped us to have a tool to make this observation into an opportunity to see the potential in these spaces. So the first one I would like to introduce, so I'll introduce these 6 categories now in speed. The first one we call Labs, Heritage Signifier. And that really looks back into all the different planning practices which are present in Hong Kong and which are all overlapping because Hong Kong is a city which develops incredibly fast, right? We have, for instance, leftover pieces which are linked to the Garden City movement. And they are obviously very rare in this urban context. But these bits and pieces, after a time, they were converted into sitting out areas. And for us, it was an important way to understand because they are really the largest sitting out areas and the more spacious ones, the ones which have more air, more sun. And on the contrary, also in this category of understanding history and understanding development, we see the densest pattern of this public open space. We can see it in Mong Kok and Yau Ma Tei. And in our research, we came really across surveys which were done in the 1970s, looking into how the air quality was so bad, and all these sitting out areas were sort of created at that time to boost the living quality in these poor neighborhoods. But for sure, there are also part of these spaces. They were transformed over time. Here you can see a very old picture of Tin Hau Temple. And still today, that sitting out area always transforms. It's a night market, it's a space for people playing music, it's the front court to the temple. So it has so many functions. Here you can see a part of our illustrated survey, really looking into the details, how people engage in that space. The next category is littoral terrestrial anchor. And for sure, when we look into Hong Kong, especially in Hong Kong Island, most of the urbanized edge is not natural. It's not the natural edge, it's reclaimed land. In fact, a third of all these sitting out areas are located on reclaimed land. And that's just 2 examples of them on the Kowloon side. You can see that this is an artificial shoreline, or they are making use of sort of typhoon shelter breakwater to situate that additional public open space on it. But this idea of littoral also relates back to how Hong Kong in the last years have paid more and more attention to the idea of creating a more livable, more inclusive waterfront. And here you can see a transition from how a sitting out area looked in 2012 at the top to how it's now basically more or less swallowed up in a larger waterfront space just across the old Kai Tak airport. So I think one of the most central category I'm interested in the sitting out areas, we call it lacuna, ecological amplifier, is really the way it relates back to biodiversity and the idea of having more green, more ecological spaces within the city. So I'm not sure if you knew, but Hong Kong is one of the 25 cities with the highest biodiversity worldwide. And in some of those larger sitting out areas, also called rest garden, I think it's roughly the same category, you can see this. And this is in the middle, I mean, this is mid-levels, but it's still in a relatively dense populated area. And you can see this. So this is off from the country parks. And it really showcases this incredible biodiversity and really a potential to create cleaner air, cooler cities, and everything we're looking into from urban green infrastructure. But for sure, the sitting out areas are also a tool to create that. So what we can see here is a map of Yau Tong, where there is quite some sitting out areas created next to the green belt or next to the country parks. you can see these planters raised off from the ground because they are located on a former landfill. So there is also this way how to deal with the ground and how to deal with providing a more ecological city. Misfit infrastructural spanner, I have to speed up a little bit, but mostly these spaces is one of my favorite pictures. They show how Hong Kong developed this large-scale infrastructure project and still is, and their scale really leaves little space for these fragments of urban areas. And here you can see, this is just an image how the nature gets compromised by these large infrastructural projects. But at the same time, they also provide a big potential, like just giving shade. This one is currently being redeveloped, but it's one of the, you might say, oh, this is not great. But to be honest, it's one of the most used spaces we have found. And this is because the community which surrounds it. Gap density deconstructor is a tool, is one of the category we really looked into, mostly in the very dense areas, where in the older areas which get redeveloped, where maybe a Tong Lau gets demolished, and in this space that gets dedicated as a public open space, or as well here where this space, quite lush, is packed between industrial buildings, and in that corridor actually creates quite a valuable space. And another, like the last category I'm referring to, relates really to Hong Kong's steep urban slopes, and the way, of course, we have 60,000 registered reinforced slopes, and they create spaces amongst them. This is probably more sort of almost a heritage project commemorating that landslide. This is also one of my favorite pictures. But it also really creates opportunities of these infrastructural works which are done amongst Hong Kong slopes. Some of them I couldn't figure out until today what the infrastructure is about. So just to sum up, what we have done with all this research is really to raise awareness, to bring people to understand about these public open spaces, and we have done a couple of public engagement exhibitions where we gave models or small spaces and toys for people to create and imagine their own setting out areas. Just showing you this time lapse to sum up. This is a workshop we did with children, and then we asked them, okay, if you would design that, what would you do? I really like the infinity pool on the lower end. Yeah, and we are not really providing design tools or a guidance to design these public spaces, but rather to try to make that landscape categories we have used to classify them as a tool to raise awareness how they could potentially be designed, and how to maybe use these categories to still see them as individual projects, but to understand a site-specific design within these categories. Yeah, this is the book we have made of them, and some links if you would like to know more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, I think it's amazing that our first two panelists talked about how landscape and programs help us to redefine and with new lenses to look at overlooked public open space in Hong Kong. So let's see what James is bringing to us today. Hi, James, could you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Great, hello.
Thank you so much for having, hello. Thanks for having me here. So I'm representing People's Architecture Office. We're based in Beijing, Shenzhen, and Los Angeles, where I'm presenting from. So I'm going to show several projects where we're trying to make spaces better and trying to do it in creative ways, and also engaging the public by doing so. So this is a project that we did that uses these expandable canopies. We put wheels on the bottom of them and had volunteers cycle these across cities. This is in Preston, a city in the northern part of the UK. And we worked with the local university there, as well as the local government to first get input from residents on what they were interested in doing. And then they also participated in this, and also the city programmed these canopies. This is the canopies being ridden in Leuven, a city in Belgium, and again, this was also done in partnership with the city. And just like Preston, they were interested in reinvigorating the center of the city and connecting it to actually both cities are university cities, connecting the center of town with the university. And this is one way that we tried to help them do that. Leuven was also interesting in that they also had a program to lend out these canopies once they were finished using them for the initial event. And this allowed other organizations to test out different ideas on how they could use space. So really it's a tool to allow a lot of different individuals and organizations to try ideas out and not to feel too concerned whether or not it would work or not, right? Which I think is a very, very important part of this work. We ended up doing this in lots of different cities and working with many city governments. And we even had this in Hong Kong. I'm really happy to be able to show this. This was part of the Hong Kong Architecture Biennale. This is in Hong Kong Park. And interestingly, we've actually had many projects like this that were the result of one of these design events. So this next project I'm showing is called the Courtyard House Plugin. This project was first proposed at the Beijing Design Week. And what the city was looking for was they had an open call to ask for ways of regenerating this part of the city called THEi, which is right in the center of the city, right in the center of Beijing, basically just south of Tiananmen Square. It's an old Hutong neighborhood, and the conditions are very poor, and therefore you have a lot of vacant spaces. So here you can see a lot of these courtyard houses. What's in pink are vacant lots where people are just not living in. And this was sort of in context, in opposition to an approach that involved leveling a whole area of the city, relocating residents, and building a whole new development on the east side of the axis, and that's in Tiananmen. And if anyone were to go to there today, you can see that it's a commercial area, but it's actually doesn't perform very well, even economically. And so on this side of the axis, on this west side called THEi, they were interested in trying something different. So what we proposed was to basically build a house in a house as a way of upgrading conditions. So what we did was literally inside a courtyard house build new spaces as another layer, but these spaces would be in much better conditions. So these are some before and after images. We worked with also residents and were able to demonstrate that you can actually do this upgrading within just a day and for very little money. And here are also some before and after images. And this was done as a system. It wasn't something that we did as a one-off. And so it could be applied in lots of different scenarios. And then eventually we started doing these that were outside of the house. So this is one of the residents, Mrs. Fan, talking about her house.
我从小在这个院子长大的，从小学1年级开始吧，一直到高中，一直生活在这个大杂院里面，对这个院子有很多特别美好的回忆。高2的时候吧，我父母在辅食路那边又买了一套楼房，我不太喜欢住楼房。首先那一道门就感觉把你们两家就给隔阂出来了，但是这个平房吧就不一样。那么窄的胡同，每天大家都是抬头不见低头见的，点一下头，哈个腰，微笑一下，很小的动作，大家就心领神会了。妈妈不太想让我再回这边来住，他们觉得你们俩都成家了也应该自己买一套房子。但是我是觉得我有这么一套房子是我自己的，我完完全全可以重新打造一下，变成一个我自己喜欢的小屋。周围的邻居也过来参观，盖的过程中大家都可能会比较好奇吧，因为之前都是那种砌砖式的，像这个是那种内合板，它是一个整体搭建过来的。盖完了以后，他们会觉得这小房子弄得挺新颖的，很不错。如果设计成这样，没有人不愿意回来吧。我跟我母亲多少都会有叫什么密闭忧郁症啊，就是我们不能在一个特别封闭的空间里待着。之前的房子非常的暗，那个时候进到这个屋子，你几乎分不清楚是白天还是晚上，没有采光。现在就是完全不一样，敞亮度、明亮度各个方面就会觉得很舒服。我很喜欢阳光普照在身上的那种感觉，就会很温暖。我觉得堆废马桶呢，是既解决了让自己在屋里可以方便，又不会破坏环境，所以我觉得国外做的非常好，应该在国内进行推广。空间有限嘛，有一个小的露台，夏天你可以晒晒被子，可以布置成一小花园，头顶就是蓝天，环境又好又惬意。现在写字楼啊都是在城里嘛，买一套房子不是说挺贵，真的很贵。改造这个平房，总的来说是比买房子要压力小很多很多。之前每天工作往返都要4个小时，但是现在往返的路程就1个小时，这样我每天可以节省很多时间，不用花在路上。我可能比人早走一步，更快的接受了一下这种新鲜的事物。但是我觉得就是因为会有人首先接受新事物，大家应该都会更向往这种生活，也希望自己的居住条件变得更好。
So we've gone on to build quite a few of these. This is at an urban village in Shenzhen. We've done this in other cities. A couple examples here in Shenzhen. This is Shuiwei. This is in Jingdezhen, these old ceramic studios that we've upgraded to be new ceramic studios. But one of the things that really attracted authorities to allowing us to try this out was that it was not just easy to put up, but also we could easily take it away, right? So it was sort of a kind of a risk-free experiment. I also want to show a few examples of how we've used this also in the US. In the US, there's an interest in, cities are really interested in encouraging people to build small houses in their backyards. So on private property to build what they call accessory dwelling units, backyard homes. And so we were interested in just sharing the plug-in house as one way of doing this. So during my my stay at Harvard as a Loeb Fellow, I built this demonstration unit in Harvard Yard as part of the Harvard Arts, the Arts First Festival. So we had students that were volunteers that built this, and we did this again in a day. And this was actually a performance in and of itself. We had an exhibition inside. Held events. So this also became a arts venue and attracted lots of people. And then a week later, we built this in front of Boston City Hall. And so this was done in partnership with the mayor's Housing Innovation Lab. And their work is to innovate with policy. And so they thought it was a perfect partnership with us to build one of these units, because they were interested in also encouraging people to build these, and thought by allowing people to actually come and experience one of these spaces, that would be a lot more a lot easier for people to understand, because really one of the big barriers is people allowing this to happen, voting for these laws to come in place. So we also collected a lot of input from local residents. Asked them questions, they posted answers. We also had roundtable discussions also with policymakers as well as community representatives. And this resulted in some new changes to new accessory dwelling policy. What also resulted was a spin-off from our company, and we basically started another company called the Plug-in House Company. And so here we are at another one of these design weeks. This is Austin Design Week, and we're demonstrating one of these units at an actual backyard site in a residential neighborhood. So this is the first unit that we've been able to put up. And this led us to an opportunity to build housing for the homeless outside of Austin, Texas, for an organization called the Other Ones Foundation. And these are some pictures of their site. They're really unhappy with this housing that they've been using that's designed by IKEA, that's really meant for refugee housing. And so we've produced and delivered a number of these smaller plug-in houses adapted for this use. This is a rendering, but I'm literally, it's too bad that this talk isn't just a week later, because next week we'll be putting up a whole bunch of these at the Other Ones Foundation. But that is the talk that I have for you, and I hope I've shown you some approaches and examples of how you can make better use of urban spaces and to work together with communities to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Okay. I think it's very inspiring to see some common threads across our three panelists. And I think one important is that though the dialogue 2 is actually about redefining, but it seems all projects started with empathy. So it seems empathy and redefining a problem cannot be separated. And also how the scalability of your ideas was truly amazing. Before I ask my question, maybe I could throw the time to the floor. Any question from the floor? Okay, it seems everyone is waiting for the break. Yes, but then I have a question, because all of your projects talked about how we started from empathy to redefine a specific problem, a specific site, and later on it's actually spin off to create the impact. Do you have any advice for our audience today, apart from like partnership, innovator, entrepreneurship, observation, anything you want us to take away so that we can all bring more possible ideas to a public open space? James, would you want to start first? The other guests are looking at you.
Well, I don't think I have too much to add on top of what a lot of the previous presenters have already said. I would just reinforce their messages, and that we need to listen to people and observe and test out ideas together with the people that are actually going to be using whatever your design is, all the different stakeholders. And that is not just the communities, but also authorities, people who are going to be maintaining and managing. And with architecture, you also have to, oftentimes we actually leave when the project is finished, and we come in when everything is sort of already set up. But in a lot of our projects, we've had to get our hands really dirty. I mean, literally, we're working with trying to figure out the alternative ways of dealing with sanitation, and we're in factories dealing with manufacturing and delivery, and we're also following up on seeing how these houses have performed. So I think, yeah, it's just getting our hands dirty and really engaging and not speculating so much, but working through trial and error.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, probably what I was going to say is sort of echoing James in a little bit different words, but that idea of maintenance and how to run those spaces, especially like if I link it back to the sitting out areas, there are just so many, so we can't potentially do something very complicated, something very maintenance intensive, right? But what I think is possible is to sort of observe every single site and to understand this uniqueness, maybe that uniqueness with one of our categories or other categories, right? But to understand that uniqueness of a specific site and that we have to have a response to that. And for sure, every site is used by a different community, and it's not sort of, yeah, as James said, we come in and design and then we leave, but it's sort of the long-term relationship of how people will use the space, which can be, oftentimes much simpler than we envisioned. Because when I started my presentation, I showed this space which, you consider maybe it's not very imaginative and it's not very green, it's not very, right? But I don't think we need sort of we don't need to make every space super colorful, super designed, but it's sometimes, but adding a little bit of the value, like maybe a little bit shade, a little bit more green space, a bit more biodiversity to allow for the community to really engage more with these spaces and to identify themselves more with it.
Thank you, Susan. So talking about running and maintaining the space, I'll pass it to Ruby.
I still believe in empathy with the needs of the different people. If you got the heart for them, and you will draw like-minded people together, we work together to make our dreams come true, right? That's the whole idea of connecting the community with love, with hope, with positive energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruby. And thank you, our panelists today. And I hope you enjoyed our dialogue too. And I guess after the break, we have other exciting dialogues coming. And so let's thank you, our panelists, and we can get seated. Thank you.
Thank you once again for our moderator, Sarah, and our speakers, Susan and Ruby, and also joining us online, James. Thanks for your informative sharing. Thank you. And please be seated. Let's give a round of applause to all of our speakers and our moderator today. So after two very inspiring and informative dialogues, now we'll take a short break for 5 minutes. After break, we'll still have 2 more dialogues in our morning session. In this break, you can also take time to complete the questionnaire in our small booklet. So if you need a pen, you can also take it from our helpers. So you may now take a short break and coming back in 5 minutes at 11:25. See you soon. POS design. So our third dialogue is co-creating ideas through pilot projects. So how do we create and sustain new innovation as pilots for public open space? In this dialogue, we would like to have Dr. Joseph Wong, Executive Director of Hong Kong Design Center, to be our moderator of this session. Let's welcome Dr. Joseph Wong. So Joe is a designer, academic, and educator with over 20 years of experience in design education. He was formerly the Vice Principal of Hong Kong Design Institute and Deputy Academic Director, Design Discipline of Vocational Training Council. So now, may I pass the floor to Joe?
Thank you. Actually, earlier, our guest of honor, Permanent Secretary Ricky Lau, he also mentioned co-creation as one of the 4 pillars. So Dialogue 3 is on co-creating ideas through pilot projects. So this panel will discuss a variety of innovative ideas at pilots, setting a good example of using pilot schemes to experiment and co-create with the community. So in particular, projects with more extensive scales and reach will be discussed with speakers across the public and private sector. So to my pleasure, I'm going to introduce our 3 distinguished panelists today. The first one actually needs no introduction. He was actually my former boss as well. Award-winning architect, urban designer, Mr. Vincent Ng, JP, chairman of Harbourfront Commission. So in 1999, he founded the Architectural and Urban Design Practice AGC Design Limited. So Vincent was awarded the 10 Outstanding Designer Award in 2013, and he's also serving as a member of the Board of Directors of Ocean Park Corporation since 2016. So let's welcome Vincent onto the stage. So our next speaker is from overseas, is Mr. Rasmus Duan Granet, Director at Yale. So he works on developing, overseeing projects, among other works in China and Germany. So having lived and worked for more than 12 years in Shanghai, he has an in-depth understanding of the cultural and societal context of Yale projects in the region and is well experienced in applying the people-first approach to his works in Chinese cities. So let's welcome Rasmus. Hello, Rasmus, can you hear us? Great, thank you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Good morning.
Yep, good morning. And our third speaker is Ms. Alice Yeung, Assistant Director at the Architectural Services Department, and she joined the Hong Kong government as an architect in 1992. Since then, her career has been associated with development of public buildings and urban planning of Hong Kong. So Ms. Yeung then posted to Development Bureau, working on government policy. So for different postings, she gained a wide range of experience from design, project management, advisory service. So I know we are running a little bit late, so let's go directly to Vincent. So you each have 12 minutes, and when there's 3 minutes left, we'll have our colleagues reminding you from the back of the room. So go for it, Vincent.
Thank you, Joseph. Good morning, everyone. I think I don't think I need more introduction about who I am. In one sentence, I've spent 18 years working on harbourfront of Hong Kong. Well, briefly talk about the Harbourfront Commission. What it is actually an advisory body established in 2010. We start our work actually in 2004 as the Harbourfront Enhancement Committee set up by the then Planning and Lands Bureau, a predecessor of the Development Bureau. After a court case, some of you might know regarding the protection of harbour ordinance. So after that, the Harbourfront Enhancement Committee was formed, which was then transformed to the Harbourfront Commission in 2010. It's basically an advisory body composed of different professionals and government officials. 4 years ago, the Harbour Office of Development Bureau, which is a government agency, was formed as an executive arm to really implement harbour projects and also taking the role of coordinating with different government department. And the post of Commissioner of Harbourfront, Leonie is still here, Yes, this is our Harbourfront Commissioner. So it was created under the 2021 policy address to highlight the importance of government attached to harborfront enhancement. Well, the harbor planning vision is to enhance Victoria Harbor and its harborfront area to become an attractive, vibrant, accessible, and sustainable world-class asset, a harbor for the people of harbor, blah, 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 blah. So, well, to start with, these are just words. And it's not difficult to write words. But to realize it, well, and we really realize that realizing this vision is a very, very tedious and difficult task. This is the Victoria Harbour front from the northern side, Tsuen Wan to Lei Yue Mun, Hong Kong side from Kennedy Town to Shao Ki Wan. The total length of which is 73 kilometers. And for those, I think most of you have been in Hong Kong for a long time, so you all know that we have never have a permanent harbor shoreline, a permanent harbor front. Well, because in developing this city, the harbor has been reclaimed many, many times, so that we actually never have a permanent harbor front for the people until very lately that we have the protection of harbor ordinance. So it's like working out a jigsaw puzzle bit by bit in the past 18 years. In some stages, we don't know how to start. In some stages, we need to move things out, like Kwun Tong, the cargo handling area. In some stages, people find our work too piecemeal, too fragmented. And I have always been saying, we have to start being fragmented. Because a jigsaw puzzle needs to start whenever you find pieces that fit together. You don't wait for the entire jigsaw puzzle to complete. You never find a jigsaw puzzle completed after you open the box. You have to fit it bit by bit. And you don't know where to start first normally, right? So this is what we have done in the past 18 years. Up till September 2022, we have connected over 25 kilometers. We target to complete 34 kilometers by the end of 2028. So far, including the longest promenades in island side, we have approximately 7.6 kilometers on Hong Kong Island, from Shek Tong Choi to Fortress Hill, including the recently opened Causeway Bay Typhoon Shelter, which we have a ceremony last Friday. Right, so a lot to talk about, but I would like to highlight a few points. That is the incremental approach. Why do we have incremental approach? In one sentence, we've been waiting for it for too long, because we have been waiting for too long. Normally we have people still say that, well, some professional particularly still think that we need to have an overall design of the harbor, an integrated design of the 73 kilometers of harbor, work out a master plan and then implement it. We have been thinking about that, but this is not possible. Because there's a lot of complication, lots of existing elements, lots of hiccup, different government department has different program. So if you wait for everyone to be ready and do it, you never get it. You look at Kai Tak, look at West Kowloon. When was the idea of Kai Tak? When was the idea of West Kowloon? All 20 years ago. So we have to do it in an incremental manner. So we are thinking of ways to advance the opening of harborfront side, even it's only the edge of the harbor, rather than waiting for everything to happen, right? So there are 3 projects that we try an incremental approach, we turn the project into by phases. We opened the harborfront area first, like Kennedy Town. It was 1.5 years in advance. Water Sports and Recreation Precinct 1 Chai North. The phase 1 was open 1 year before phase 2 is open. And also this East Coast Park, which is very welcome these days. It has been advanced for 3 years. So you may think, why 3 years? Oh, 3 minutes over there. Why 3 years? Well, maybe we'll talk about it later. Okay, so so the incremental approach allows us to collect public opinion while we are constantly evolving that area. So in traditional way of public space, we plan everything, we build it, and it would never be changed. But well, in our projects, we try and experimenting with a harborfront share space approach, which is vision-driven. And I think the more important part is who is going to manage it. The management model is very, very important. So the key words here is the flexible management. We tried to do a concept of harborfront share space through an open management model. We actually experiment with a not a rule, a lot of rules and regulation driven mode, but rather a more flexible mode, and there's no defined activity zone. So we set minimum rules, so you can see we allow whatever happen, pallet on wheel, children crawling themselves on wheels, and we keep, well, I like the word observing by previous speakers. We also observe. We observe how people use this space and then allow space to evolve. We see people don't have place to eat, don't have a table. When every restaurant was closed during COVID, people go out to public open space to eat, but they find no table. So we can very quickly add on table to this area. Right. So successful elements from Kennedy Town are then extended to other harborfront share space area, Wan Chai Fortress Hill, Tsuen Wan, and others. So we now have 6 harborfront share space in Hong Kong. You know, and finally, I would like to talk about this fence-free design. So it's not a new idea. It's something that happened in all over the places, all over the world. No one question about it, but it's so difficult to implement in Hong Kong. So we take a 4-stage approach in 1 year. We start with a removable fence design and then low curb design, fence-free breakwater, harbor step. Of course, people still think that, well, some people like this, some people still think it's dangerous, some people want us to put up fence back. But we would like to see how really people feel about it by some objective survey. So we've done a public voting and site survey at East Coast Park Prison, and then I can tell you that 80% of the people love the idea of having a no fence design and will be better connected with water. And of course, some are concerned with some potential risks. But these potential risks, some of them are really from their imagination. They think people will jump out of the water. But I can tell you that even if you have fences, people you will still climb over the fence and jump into the water. But anyway, we address the needs and respond to requests. So you'll see we have life boil. We even have life security services. We also have life-saving services when there are water sports ongoing. So we welcome suggestion, and we are ongoing enhancing the area based on the experience, based on observation. So we are not having a fixed design which will not be changed after it completed. Things will be evolving. We use a lot of pop-up installation, which change from every seasons. So we hold activities on the water, on the land, in order to implement the vision of a vibrant harbor. So finally, we keep experimenting. We are willing to be wrong. We understand that things will not be 100% perfect. So be open-minded, be experimental, be ready to change along with the public, and we are always learning. So we want to create diversity, to have ample choices for people to pick what they need, and welcome you to all to the harbor. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. It's great to see those incremental progress and improvement, but I know it's a long time because I almost forgot, together with you, I was involved in the original Harbourfront Enhancement Committee, and I almost forgot about that. But so from Hong Kong moving to Shanghai, so Erasmus is going to share experience of working with government and municipalities across different typologies. So Erasmus?
Good morning, first of all. Great to join this symposium, although it's a little bit early on my side, but happy to be here and happy to be able to dial in virtually. So what I'll try to do is talk a little bit about some experiences that we've made working along waterfronts and how we can set them free and make them lively, public, and accessible in communities. So get this one to change. There we go. So overall, in the work we do here at GEAL, I'm with GEAL Architects based out of Copenhagen, with offices in New York and San Francisco as well. And then we work globally with really good partners in China, for example. A lot of work done in Shanghai, etc. I'll get back to that. But overall, we try to do people first urban transformations globally. So we're trying to sort of say, how can we look at what is the public life that we need to create sustainable and equitable and healthy lives in cities. And that's essentially what we work with. And I want to try to share a little bit of those experiences today. Making cities for people have always been sort of our mission, a very high level. And that's also the kind of work, the kind of mission that will be reflected in the work that I'll talk about now. And there's sort of two topics I'll try to get into. There are many different things we could talk about. And I think a lot of this is reflected in the way we work with pilots also and trying things out. But overall, when we look at waterfronts, there are two interesting aspects. And I also heard Vincent just mention some of them. One is the accessibility. And I think that's the interesting thing about the culture around it. How do we improve a culture around accessibility? And then there is of course, the focus on local neighborhoods and local communities when we look at very big transformation projects, big waterfronts, what Hong Kong has, what Shanghai has, what Copenhagen has. Also keep a focus on the local neighborhoods and communities that they are supporting. So if we look at accessibility, just to begin with, there's a general, I think a high level thing we shouldn't forget, and we should always keep in mind that there is a very human interest in water. We're drawn to water. We want to seek out water. And I just grabbed this one off the internet somewhere, but generally there's all these studies being made how we are happier, calmer, relaxed, healthier when we are able to be near water and get access to water. And I think that's at a very sort of essential level, is something we need to remember. That is also what we're doing in cities that has waterfronts. We need to provide this access because it benefits people's lives and their livelihood. So if you look in Denmark, there's an interesting little spin to this, and that is on the law on preservation of nature in Denmark. There is a paragraph 22. I was reading a bit. I'm not a legal scholar, but it's straightforward enough to read, and a lot of people know this. The last bit of the waterfront, so the last 50 or 100 meters or something like that to the water's edge, can never be made private. You can never have access to be restricted. So this is mostly on the natural areas along the water. You can have a stroll. You can on a sunny day you can go swimming. All these kind of things. So this is a sort of general thing that everybody knows. Denmark has quite a lot of coastal line. and anywhere throughout the country, the waterfront is accessible. So in work that has been done along the waterfront in Copenhagen, this idea has been drawn into the city. So on the left, what you see is a map of the inner harbor in Copenhagen. There's now a route that's called the Harbor Ring, which is 13 kilometers around the harbor, where you can sort of follow the flow around the water. Many different type of areas. I think this idea of accessibility is something we need to constantly remember. The waterfront needs to be public, and we need to keep that as a main principle. And we look at cities with other big waterfronts. Hamburg is a place to work as well. I think there's similar ideas, but definitely something we can explore with the interesting waterfronts. And of course, Hong Kong has a super interesting waterfront that stretches far beyond the middle map I'm showing here. But the experiences I wanted to show a little bit about today is in Shanghai. Shanghai has the Huangpu River and the riverfront. So if you look at both sides, left and right, you have around 130 kilometers of waterfront. And we were with partners. We started working with the city of Shanghai all the way back in 2016 to develop an approach to how you could work with this waterfront. And I think to what Vincent was just saying before, we never had the idea or the intention to do one combined design, one long master plan. It would have been way too cumbersome. There are 10 different districts in Shanghai going through that has like waterfront access, but also so much development over time. Things are happening, but also you want to continue in the future. What if people come up with better ideas in the future? Local community have new needs. So instead of a master plan that would be locked in, we did a number of guidelines that would support the Shanghai waterfront, Shanghai Harbor Waterfront authorities in their work, the city of Shanghai, and then the different districts and different real estate developers and different cultural institutions to figure out how to work with the waterfront. So these 4 strategies originally suggested in 2014, and then developed. We went and did studies there and research and tried things out. We came up with these, and when you summarize them, they're really simple, essentially, but that's also the power. They can be used. The simplicity of these strategies can be used over and over again. Continuous river is about never preventing access. You can always walk up and down the river, long paths of access. Connect to the city. Never make an isolated public space that doesn't support the local communities behind it, but also linked to public transport and so on. Diverse spaces, make sure that there's something different happening along the riverfront, and then active edges. Everybody who builds things, everybody who comes and do things will not have to. Museums have to open up and do something interesting along the waterfront. So in the last couple of years, even during COVID, we were able to come back and do some evaluation of this. See how there's always been like 45 kilometers of continuous space, a lot of bridges connecting across it. We got examples like this from Laumato, where you've sort of seen suggestions that we made for developing places have been carried out, much more people-friendly spaces now. With a riverfront that is connected to the city, where like 83% of visitors do not arrive by car. We have almost all flood barriers are integrated into the public spaces. So you can constantly connect to the city. There's only, on average, there's 250 meters between access points into the riverfront. So it's never like an excluded park you need to go really fast to get into. And we got some really nice long bicycle paths along the river, places where you can come and do exercise and so on. So this has also been really successful. Local neighborhoods, very quick comment on that. I know time is short here. Public space during public COVID, we really realized like the need for public community spaces. And we've seen that people are spending way more time in the local communities. This is stuff that Giel has done in measurements that we do. We always work in analysis and measurements of local spaces. So in Copenhagen, in summer periods, we've seen waterfronts being some of the most important and beloved local spaces. And this is also what we see in Shanghai. We got a diverse riverfront. Yes, the Bund is the top one global destination, but actually 78% of all visitors to the Huangpu riverfront, they live close by, they live nearby. And this is really important. It's not a tourist destination, it's a local community space. So yes, the riverfront is both global and local. And just rushing through the last slides here, then I don't have to crash the time plan more than necessary. The last point we got here is an activated and vital riverfront. So this is about saying different things needs to happen. And one of the things that was happening in Shanghai was that a change of legislation happened, so you could do small temporary activities like pavilions and so on. And that has greatly enhanced the quality along the river. So it's not monotone, but really different type of things, and small pavilions, small community spaces. And that's what we're seeing now. Last slide, I'll end this on. If we look at the Huangpu riverfront, and we did that in our evaluation, you look at the people who live and work close by the Shanghai riverfront within 15 minutes of some of these transformed public spaces. Some of this work that has been done in the riverfront has increased the proximity to better public spaces for up to 5 million people. And this is really important to understand that when we do these guidelines, we do these transformations, we try things out, we do continuous improvements, we're really improving the local community spaces for a really big amount of people living in these cities. So that's accessibility, and then the focus on local communities and local space, and not trying to do a fixed master plan, but more work with incremental change, development over time. That's what I wanted to hopefully share in this little talk. And with that, I can stop my presentation.
Thank you, Rasmus. Okay, so from private practice, you're going to move to the government side of the work. Alice is going to talk about government projects, engaging stakeholders, and the engagement process. So Alice?
Okay, thank you, Joseph. I'm going to share RCHS's joyful experience in the design and implementation of the first inclusive playground in Hong Kong. It was a pilot project of which we used new design method, from engagement of community, involvement of stakeholders during the implementation period, to promotion after the completion of work. RCHS initiated the idea to create an inclusive playground through the refurbishment of an existing Tuen Mun Park children playground. The site is actually located at the southwest corner of Tuen Mun Park, an area approximately 4,300 meters square with a budget of 30 million Hong Kong dollar. Objectives are simple. First, to improve the barrier-free facilities and create an inclusive play environment. Second, address low usage of the existing park and increased play opportunities and inclusiveness of play space design. UNICEF Hong Kong and Hong Kong Institute of Landscape Architects jointly organized an inclusive play space design ideas competition in October 2015. For professional category in the northern portion of the playground, the winning design was water lily theme, which carried the meaning of equality, 荷花的寓意. For student category in the south portion playground, reptile fun, 爬上爬落. The design idea echoes existing reptile house nearby the site. Play elements such as climbing tower, slide, tunnel, and sandpit to form a unique story line to the playground. So what happened? We didn't stop after design competition. What we did was we have engaged stakeholders from 30 different organizations who have good knowledge on disabilities and rehab, joining us in a series of project workshops. In the workshop, we collect ideas from stakeholders to ensure the playground will be fun to play for children. of different abilities, and also is going to be socially sustainable. A comprehensive consultation process allows stakeholders with ideas and concerns to be heard. Even if some people may not totally agree with the decisions and choices that were made, they have the benefit of understanding the process of getting there and the trade-off that waited. Through this workshop, we secure the empathy and relationship with the stakeholders. We continued community engagement in detailed design stage. Through Junior Playground Commissioner Incubation Program at Tuen Mun, by Playwright, we have engaged 20 students from the local areas to provide their ideas on the sensory wall and the 4 platens of the water play area. Students were invited to present their ideas and drawings and models. RHSD also refined and incorporated the students' ideas in the final design for construction. Images of aquatic animals, frogs, alligators, and lotus were shown in many proposals, and they were incorporated in the 4 patterns at the water play area in the northern portion. Concepts of tunnel openings and spinal wall coping were shown in many proposals. Again, they were all incorporated on the sensory wall in southern portions. At some point in the design stage, RHSD has also invited students to come to our office to share their idea development, to share our idea developments. Through the dialogue, students can understand how we transform their ideas into detailed drawings with buildability and maintenance issues in mind. We want students to understand how we respect the originality of their ideas and also engender a sense of community ownership, pride, and stewardship of the projects. Finally, the project was completed in 2018. We didn't stop there. We had also launched a series of PR events, such as media site visit, radio interview, to promote the newly completed playground before it opened to public for use. We have invited the commissioner, student representatives, and local residents to join the trial play sessions. Initial ideas and comments were received to further improve the quality before formal opening. Improvement areas were mainly on its operation and management aspect. Furthermore, stakeholders were also invited to participate in trial play sessions. Many complimentary remarks and likes from them were found in social media. This helped to generate positive energy before the opening of the park. A series of experience workshops with professional institutes were held for sharing of views and reinforcement of our visions, values, and goals. Now, here comes the opening of the park, and you can see a sea of people rushing to visit the park. I share some of the key findings we had from design to construction for this project. There are fundamentals such as what the local needs, social context, site constraints, and budget. Next is the design considerations include variety of play experience creation, custom-made play space and equipment, inclusive approval for play equipment, public safety. Finally, is the public engagement and community design was an evolving journey which required visions, strategies, support, and devotion. Now what's next? Now we are in the process of designing another inclusive playground in Sam Shui Bo. We have engaged some of the local students in the design process. You can see their aspirations and ideas in those drawings. I would like to sum up my presentation here. Co-creation transforms user experience because it makes them feel like they were involved and valued in the initiatives. They can see that their feedbacks and ideas are actually being received and revealed, and that it might even influence future project improvements or innovations. Engaging the community and future user in the project development and design process is a way of adding different perspectives to the architect's visions towards a sustainable final output. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alice. It's such a wonderful project, engaging the young children and users of the park, and it's even better to know that there's another one coming. But I saw Vincent, when he saw Rasmus' 4 strategies, he immediately took out his phone and took a picture and then took a lot of notes. So any comments on that approach of having mastering the process but have something that's scalable? I'm sure you have many comments on that, and then maybe Rasmus can react a little bit. So Vincent, please.
Yeah. Yep. I think we have been working on public open space for a long time, and then of course the delivery of public open space has been evolved into many different models, and the way of design. So you traditionally, designed by professionals who think that they know, right? Or they want to design for everything that virtually or almost trying to control how people would behave, or where to sit, where to play football, where to skate, where to what. This elderly here, children here. So I think that is a traditional way of design and delivery. But I think these days we also visualize many different modes of delivery, like having sort of public engagement. You design with people, and then what we have been trying along the harbor front is actually the way that you do it first, let people experience and watch how they use it and observe the activities, and then remodel it continuously. So we have been trying to evolve into a very different ways of designing public open space, and we find that actually. You never know how people would use the space until the space has been there. And only by observation, how you see how people interact with the space, that designers can actually discover, and sometimes or most time being inspired by what they have seen.
Yeah. Rasmus, how do you convince the Shanghai government to actually allow you to do all these different interventions along such a long stretch of riverfront? So what's the trick?
No, but the first trick is that there is no trick, because we didn't need to convince anybody to allow us to do anything. What we did, we worked with the Shanghai waterfront authorities that's under the city level. So specifically not to do what Vincent was just saying, come in as design professionals and say, this is what you need, but more to say together with them, here's a direction, here's some guiding principles, here's some things we want to ensure. And then it's up to everybody to work along those guidelines. So there's no reason to try to control every single real estate developer who has a project, every single district planner who's trying to do something in their districts, every single local community do something. But if you can agree on a principle, like for example, we want a continuous riverfront, that means that you want to allow people to flow up and down the river as they see fit. If you agree to this principle, then everybody needs to try to live up to that principle. So it doesn't matter if you're building a high-level residential area, if you're building a company headquarters, if you're doing a park, you need to ensure that the riverfront, the public spaces, stay continuous for people to enjoy. How people then use it, exactly like Vincent was just saying, is something we need to observe and then you need to improve. So at Gale, we work with this idea of saying, measure, test, refine. So we measure, we observe what we see people doing. Then we test things out in pilot projects. We see, can we test this solution? And then we refine it because then you can see how is it being received. And this was this idea at a grand level that we work with the Shanghai city to improve. So they're doing it now. We don't have to do it. It's not up to Gale to design things there. We've incorporated these ideas into planning with them. And they follow these guidelines and everybody else follows them as well. And it's great. It's working really great.
Thank you, Rasmus. Our friend back there has been showing me the 1 minute sign for more than 1 minute now. So I think we have to stop here. But our guests will be around. So you have a question, you feel free to ask our guests. One thing I would like to ask is that Suzanne mentioned that there are so many different sitting out areas and parks in Hong Kong. So now it's great we have one and then some triple coming up, but then how we actually extend such approaches and wonderful design to all the other public open spaces in Hong Kong, that's a question I'd like to ask as well. So Alice, I'll ask you my question out of the stage. So thank you so much for our speakers. Please, another round of applause for our wonderful speakers today. And thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our moderator, Dr. Joseph Wong, and our speaker, Vincent, Alice, and joining us online, Remus. Thank you so much to share your idea on pilot new projects. Thank you. So before lunch that we are looking forward to, we still have one more dialogue to go. The fourth dialogue is about delivering innovation with constraints. In this dialogue, we are pleased to have Mr. Eric Ho, founder and director of Neighborhood Innovation Lab by Architecture Commons, as our host. Eric, please. Mr. Eric Ho is the co-founder and director of Architecture Commons and Fund Neighborhood Innovation Lab. As an architect, entrepreneur, and urban thinker, Eric is passionate about architect and urban environments that have latest impact on society. Eric studied architecture at the University of Pennsylvania and Harvard University Graduate School of Design and studied thesis under Herzog and Demoron. At Harvard, he is the recipient of the Faculty Design Award. So now let's pass the floor to Eric.
Thank you, Celia. So Dialogue 4 is called Deliver Innovation with Constraints, which is very tough. But I was very inspired by a lot of the speakers that have spoke before. We're in a pretty good position to kind of look back. You know, there's a lot of expansive qualities of public open space. We talked about housing, community life, toilets, crossing private and public. So public space is everywhere. So how do we actually deliver innovation with constraints? So we'll drive the discussion around projects across micro and macro scales in this panel. We have speakers from both the private and public sector who would draw the experience across these different scales, from writing guidelines, from planning, micro planning frameworks, to actually procuring equipments and how do we actually execute them. So how do we sustain the very innovative ideas that we have just talked about? How do we actually carry forward as our day-to-day practice in the public open space design? So it's my pleasure to welcome the three speakers. Mr. Chris Yun is the head of Play Environment of Playwright, and he has been leading Play Environment team in initiating a lot of groundbreaking and pilot projects. He's truly a veteran in the play space and a pioneer. Please welcome Chris. We actually talked about that. So we also have Ms. Kathy Kiss joining us online. She's the Community Recreation and Aquatics Planning Manager in the City of Melbourne. She has over 30 years of experience in managing and executing public space in Melbourne. Welcome, Kathy. Kathy, can you hear us?
Yes, hi everyone.
Hi, great to have you. And then we also, last but not least, we have Ms. Tracy Wong. She's the Senior Town Planner from the Strategic Planning section of the Planning Department. She's responsible for promoting urban livability in a high-density environment and provides advice on strategic and territorial planning perspective. Welcome, Ms. Tracy Wong, as well to the stage. Thank you. So without further ado, I'm going to pass the time to Chris.
Okay, thank you. So, we start to make play space for children. We start from the definition of play. So what is play? So from our observations, we have many constraints come from misunderstanding about play. So what's play? Children's play is a process, and any behaviors initiated by children. Children will feel happy, 好玩, tell you when they can control and structure their activities. So to make a good play space design, we design play for fun, for uncertainty, for a challenge, for flexibility, but please don't design for play for the results. So we have, there are 4 major types of children's playground. We all familiar with the traditional design. You see the what we call multi-play equipment, so many physical experience like sliding, climbing, but playground is not a collection of playground equipment. Playground can have many ideas and options you can select and decide for play. So what is playground? Playground is a site specially designated for children's play. Playgrounds may include some alternative opportunities for playing with nature materials and features. So this is, I would like to share you how a toddler play in the playground freely. Very cute, isn't it? So constraints. The constraint may be a barriers to children to go outdoors. But we see that constraint is opportunities for change. So we sum up our experience to then publish some booklets for the professional to help them to how to design with your inner child. So our booklet is helping the designer to design with your inner child. So it is a good. So from our journey of advocating children's play, we found that this playground policy, play space standard, and also some play space strategies is very now important if we are planning to do a more public playground in this area. So when we are writing the inclusive play space guide, I also learned from Kathy Chris about how the experience and the journey in Australia, they have the many guidance and the by planning standard for the changes. So I would like to select 8 pilot project. We as Playway, as the play consultant, we support the government departments and also from the authorities to do some pilot projects to make our local and district and regional play space more accessible, inclusive, safe, and playable. It's very important, playable. So very quickly. In 1989, Playwright, we collaborate with the Urban Council and the Hong Kong Polytechnic Industrial Center to first build the themed children's playground in Kings Park. In a non-prescripted play space, children can exercise their imagination and their creativities. Children using the wheelchairs and children with the visual impairment, they can also access to the playground. This is an adapted play environment, and they can play with their own way and their own way to play. We Playwright also support join the consultant team to transform a sitting out area into a park with outdoor exhibitions. This is very challenging. So we designed the floors and the walls at the play space to solve the problem of we have limited size for children's play. So if you next time you go to the Basilic Park, it is already a maze for you playing hide and seek game. So we got accessible and inclusive ideas for this incidental playable space. The third one, location and size of the playground is very important to the local playground. So we responded to the 油塘啲街坊. They said that they want to have more fun, arts, and playable installation for the rooftop garden in the Domain Mall. So the children can interact with the environments, natures, greening, and the children can play informally with their families. So the inclusive playground, we do research, we organize the competition, and we do the children participation program to support RCC and LCC to implement the first inclusive playground. So we can see the water and sand play is the powerful inclusive play element for children with disability to play together. So this is a hospital, Hong Kong Children's Hospital. The idea is designing a play garden. It's supposed to be, can be changed and evolve evolutions. But we support the project team to allow to check the lateral lawn as the play surfacing. So this is more welcoming, more non-threatening, and more friendly to the children and for the hospital children. So children need to take risk and learn to take risk from playing. So we advise the park managers how to manage this using concrete play as a playground. So we advise them using the risk management measures for this bespoke play space in the waterfront. So we adopt the risk-benefit assessment approach to certify the play installation. It is by the independent playground safety inspectors. So all our memories of play is from the local park. So it is very important to including the children and the community, their ideas about what the play and playground equipment for these projects. So the project we want to share is about we know that nature elements is very important. So we are very good to have the drinking service department to in enhancing the pay provision on the landscape deck in the Kuntong sewage pumping stations. But what our strategy is to do it, we really including some feasibility study, we will do a safety audit, and also we engage the children in the Kuntong. They will contribute ideas about what they want to have in their districts. So some promotion, if you want to know about a children's idea about want a staircase, there is an exhibition in the Central Market. You'll see the prototype of children's want their staircase slide. Yes, staircase slide in the UABB 2022, the Seat of Resilience. So this is what the X projects, there's an design principle for you to take away to make a good pay space. Children is the pay expert and the ultimate playground users. So how about we can co-designing playground with the young people? So I have some interview with the families, Lupo families, and their son Isaac and Faith. We go to the Moon Park and just take 1 minute, let them to share you what their pay ideas. No sound? Okay, this is.
malleable， 即係好易變形，加埋水，你又可以砌 sandcastle， 又可以地力通道，水同沙係好 mix， 可以一齊。咁你其實因為你沙其實你砌嘢你都要少少水㗎嘛，咁啊先砌到啊嘛。如果個沙同埋個水分開咗，個沙就砌唔到嘢㗎。其實我哋呢度可唔可以沙少咗買層咧？而家咁樣整到難啲，但係都係 OK。都 OK。係啊，呢度之前仲有啲管咁嘅嘢咧。係咯，啱啱我見到。佢哋就咁擺埋一堆咧，自己攞嚟玩嘅，但係我驚。玩水。係啦，即係你可以嚟。因為佢真係佢玩水呢位真係一個層水龍頭。咁你又唔想即係總之有一個大兜，就係啲水噴出嚟，就好似中間個兜咁樣。跟住就你可以用啲 bucket 揼出嚟倒落去嗰個第二個位度，跟住佢有啲細管仔，跟住就可以插啲管落去，跟住條管行啲水。但係嗰度其實成個玩水淨係得個水龍頭嘅啫，就一個大桶咯。大桶啊！但係一邊咧就有好多水管俾你嘅，可以攞嚟自己洗。好似咁樣側邊咁樣一條細河仔咯。咁樣玩啊？咁樣玩啊？我唔記得嗰陣時做啲咩啦，最後駁條管都駁到長咁，跟住有12啊，咁佢第一個唔係佢澳洲喎，咩？
So this is, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. I counted when you were presenting. I counted at least 5 or 6 departments I could work with. So I'm going to ask you some questions later about that. Next, I'm going to pass the time to Kathy. Kathy, you're up.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to share some ideas. And while I'm sure that there are many different places and constraints that we experience here in Australia, I feel that there's a lot of the similar principles that we can apply to planning and thinking differently about how we go about approaching finding solutions to and innovations to our projects that would be quite common. I thought I'd share some examples, and the examples I've chosen are ones that reflect, that have actually been done a few years ago, and it's given me a really good opportunity to reflect on what has been successful or otherwise about these particular examples. And I've grouped the examples on the themes of collaboration, building skills, and navigating challenges. So the first topic I wanted to talk about was open space planning, and it seems like it's a universal challenge to plan and design open spaces, particularly when it comes to acquiring land for provision for communities. And we all seem to have different frameworks, different planning schemes, different legislation, and in Australia it's no different. We have 6 states and 2 territories, and all of them have a different planning scheme, all of them have different planning legislation, and all of them have had different experiences in the past that have influenced how they have approached open space planning. So when I think about collaboration, I wanted to share an example of that's been established through our industry, the Parks and Leisure Australia. And our industry body has set up an open space planners network, which exists across Australia, where people who are professionals working in open space planning come together and share ideas and help one another and share their learning. And through this process and all of the complexities of open space planning, we decided to develop an open space planning and design guide in Victoria. And it was a most interesting process because we brought together one key project team member from different settlement types. So I was a representative from a capital city. We had another representative from an established suburb, another representative from a growth area, and representatives from regional and rural areas as well. And what was most interesting was that we found that we all had slightly different issues to deal with. And in the whole process of actually working together to develop the guide, we found that there were, by understanding that we weren't all dealing with the same problems, we were better able to work together to find solutions. The guide actually describes the context for open space, the state legislation and planning systems, the open space planning considerations, how to provide open space for communities, so different mechanisms to use for acquiring open space or increasing the capacity of open space, different design considerations, and then a number of case studies. And some of our key observations were that we all had different pressures. So in a capital city, our biggest pressure is acquiring land because land is so expensive, not available, you have small areas generally, and those sorts of issues were just not the types of issues that people in our growth areas or rural or regional areas weren't even dealing with. They had quite different open space challenges. We found that we had different understandings of different terms that are commonly used in open space planning. So for example, the term catchment, a number of us used to understand how many people might be attracted to use a particular space, and therefore that helped us understand how we would plan the types of amenities, because if someone was arriving to spend 2 hours in a park, then we needed to have certain amenities for them. But other open space planners used the term catchment differently. So it was really useful for us to realise that we weren't all understanding the same, using the same language. We also found that there are so many different professions involved in the life cycle of open space planning. So you might have a strategic or statutory planners that are involved in some areas. You have people who have landscape design management, you'd have then the people who are involved in management and maintenance of a space. And we all had different backgrounds and training, and so sometimes we didn't really understand how things were, how to implement things. And so it really helped us understand that there was an opportunity to manage spaces. If people who work in planning open space or designing open space actually worked in managing some open spaces for a period of time, that would actually improve the skills that they had in planning and design of those spaces. And our reflections were from that particular experience were that the design, the actual process was just as important as the actual product. The next example I wanted to use was around building skills. And again, this was referred to earlier, but we developed, in Australia, local government is the largest provider of play spaces. And in 2005, the Victorian state government asked Play Australia to prepare guidelines on what we understand about how to make play spaces more accessible. And we pulled together a team of people to understand, well, how do we go about doing this? And we realised that people don't set out to create spaces that are not accessible. It's just that they don't understand enough about the different types of abilities to be able to create those spaces. And so we created a guide which describes all sorts of planning, design, different abilities, and how children and families use spaces. And we used the guide to build skills and expertise in our practitioners. Because local government is the main provider, we developed the guidelines with the real understanding that just about every local government area would have a lot of play spaces to manage, that they would vary from small, medium and large spaces. And generally they were not developing new spaces, they were always trying to improve their existing spaces. So with that knowledge, and wanting to create a diversity of spaces, we knew we had to create this sort of toolkit to help build the skills of the practitioners. We shared the information through our professional development sessions, meeting up and visiting different play spaces and sharing information, networking and sharing best practice, and mentoring. So where people with more experience were really making the time to help those people who were newer in the industry. And our reflections were that creating the guide, we actually learned a lot more. We shared a lot more skills. We improved design and delivery. And sharing information to build skills was also highly successful. And we have seen some extraordinary change in improvement in outcomes in Australia. And this has also led to creating some excellent examples. Now, I think I've run out of time, so I'm sorry. I was going to talk a little bit about risk management after this, but I think I'll have to leave it there.
Thank you, Kathy. That was inspiring. I'm going to pass the time to Tracy. Tracy, love you for your sharing. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my honor to be invited for this symposium. And Planning Department is now conducting the consultancy study called the Reimagining Public Spaces in Hong Kong. So we are now at the final session for this morning, and I think some of our study recommendations could actually respond to or echo with the design merits and the lessons learned from this morning regarding the project-specific merits. And so for us, we look at the open space planning and design for Hong Kong as territory, and so we would put it in a more macro scale, and to see how we can take a step further to institutionalize these lessons learned into our day-to-day practice. Development Bureau and Planning Department has promulgated the Hong Kong 2030 Plus towards a planning vision and strategy Transcending 2030. So it's a strategic territorial and spatial planning document that will guide the future planning of Hong Kong. And as usual, Hong Kong has been an international city, and we want to keep our foundation edge over other global cities. And so our vision is to become a livable, competitive, and sustainable Asia's world city. And since our topic for today is to deliver innovations with constraints, so I would also like to highlight two of the challenges, I would say, but not constraints, but the two of the challenges that Hong Kong is actually facing as a whole in society. So first one is about the urban decay issue. We have a growing stock of dilapidated buildings, especially in the built-up area and the urban core area. And if we want to introduce more open spaces in our urban core, so we need to put more extra efforts in delivering such places. And another phenomenon is about the growing aging population instead. So among the speakers for today, so we really focus on the playful design, which we really appreciate and recognize these placemaking efforts a lot. But then there is a phenomenon of growing aging population. And so that's why we also want to put more focus on how we can merge and also to advocate the intergenerational design. And for us as a planning department, especially to advocate the urban livability issue, we will try to promote more initiatives from the planning and design perspectives for our future planning strategies. For some of you may know, especially the practitioners in the built environment, Hong Kong has been adopting the planning standards and guidelines for a target, which is 2 square meters per capita for the open space provision. And actually, this standard has been established for almost 20 years, I would say. And so in view of our rising population, I think, and also the rising aspirations from the public, I think it is important to raise our expectations and also to raise our living quality. And in our Hong Kong 2030 Plus report, we had made a steadfast commitment as a whole for the government that to promote and to enhance the target of per capita open space to 3.5 square meters. So actually it's a 75% increase. So you can see, so this will be one of our commitment in achieving such target. And as one of the spin-off studies from the Hong Kong 2030 Plus, we are now conducting the Reimagining Public Spaces study. And so we'll focus on 5 aspects in how we can institutionalize the open space and how we can introduce more new ideas. First one is we will review the definition of open space, and we will also review the planning standard for the open space provision and the calculation methodology as well. And we will also formulate the planning principles and design guidelines, which we hope that we can guide all the open spaces, no matter small or large, in urban area or in new territories, that we can put one step forward in making those happen. And during our study process, we have conducted a lot of analysis, like the literature review over the local administrative guidelines. We have conducted research on the overseas best practices. We also conducted a lot of stakeholder interviews, which Chris is also one of our interviewees during our consultation. And we also conducted a lot of site visits and field surveys. And especially for the field survey, we actually interviewed 2,000 respondents. So we have the sampling. So some of them are located within the open spaces. Some of them are actually outside the open spaces, but within the walkable distance. And some of the respondents are playing within a small open space, but some of them are playing within a larger open spaces. So we want to harness the insights or the experiences that they have experienced. And we have collated the user feedbacks. So in terms of the existing open spaces, we found that the stakeholders would concern more the quality over quantity instead, and they really want to have more enjoyable experiences there. And they also concern more about the open space design elements per se, and also the management model. For the future open spaces, they actually don't have a strong preference, but actually both the small and accessible open space and also the medium and larger size open spaces would be also one of their favorite destinations. And of course, they would also look for more vibrant and diverse uses and functions of open spaces to enrich their user experience. And so how we can define the open spaces? So typically, open spaces would be procured or delivered by government departments or by those developers for the podium open spaces, etc. But for us, we want to see through the lens of the users. And so general people, they won't care about which government department run the open space or which boundary is demarcated, belong to the private developer or belong to the government. No, they won't perceive in this way, but they really want to enjoy the open space. So when we approach this question in how to define the open space, we try to break these boundaries and to perceive the open spaces more from a local planning perspective, from a user perspective. And so in the future, in our Hong Kong planning standards and guidelines, we will try to reach or broaden the definition of open space in order to accommodate different typologies. And open spaces can perform the leisure functions, recreation functions, and also for social networking, visual enhancement, visual relief, or air penetration, etc. So actually, it is multifunctioned. And to the users, those are the wonderful destinations for the activity nodes. But at the same time, they can also connect from one point to another point for this open space experience. And even some of the open spaces are exclusively planned for some target user groups, but actually they could be used by both residents and workers. So like this zero carbon building here and the open space here, although this is the industrial or the commercial area around, but actually some of the residents will particularly pay a visit during the weekends to enjoy the open space. So we will also approach in this way in how we can refine the calculation methodology in the open space provision to address such demand. And the coming up will be some of our initial recommendations to formulate the design guidelines. So we will also welcome your opinion later and see how we can refine the design guidelines. So the first one is about the placemaking, programming, and functions. So I would say those now people would love to use YouTube, love to use the Instagram or TikTok, etc., to record their episodes of the enjoyment, especially outdoor. So now we have more opportunities out there, and some ad hoc arrangement or makeshift arrangement of the open spaces could actually enrich the open space experience. And that's why we also want to recognize and put placemaking as the first among all the design guidelines. And another crucial element is the public participation. So here I may not mean a formal consultation, but maybe like design thinking process or some of the participatory element. And I also know that RHSD also conducted some design competition for some particular open spaces as well. So we can see this general trend for engaging the local voices. And secondly, it's about the playful and flexible design and also the adaptive design. And in order to make the open spaces more welcoming and flexible, I think the elements of play is also important, how we can adjust those devices in a modular term or is movable, etc. And also we want to encourage a better lifestyle. Apart from COVID-19, those communicable diseases, actually Hong Kong as a wealthy city, people are also facing the non-communicable disease like the heart attack or hypertension. So the open spaces can provide a good platform for people to have more exercise and to encourage active design and well-being. And third one is about the inclusive and intergenerational design. Currently, some legal provisions like the barrier-free access has been in place. But here we want to encourage more co-use of space among different users and people of different ages and different abilities, so they can enjoy the open spaces altogether without stereotype or stigma when they use the open spaces. And actually for intergenerational design, some will become their family fond memories when you look back after many years. Safety and comfort. A lot of the survey respondents did mention about the importance of comfort and safety, and so we have to try to open up more open spaces as far as possible so that they can find it enjoyable and comfortable. And in terms of the climate change impacts, more extreme heat wave or extreme rainfall would appear. So we will try to explore how we can disregard some of the ancillary provisions in terms of the open space site coverage so that we can encourage more shading devices and facilities. And accessibility and permeability has been one of the major issues, especially for some POS, PD, etc. And so we will stipulate this design guideline for better visual and physical connectivity and openness. Green, smart, and biophilic and resilient elements has also been one of the important design directions that the government is now encouraging. Apart from the climate change issue, so the comfort issue and also the smart city will enhance the user's experience. And even some of the biophilic design within the urban area can actually bring people closer to the mother nature, and they don't need to visit the country park as often. And finally, the government departments have introduced a lot of public works projects which will dedicate some of the public open space. And we don't want to see it as an ad hoc basis. We really want to mainstream these into our future planning. So that's why we put it in as a final design guideline for single site and multiple uses. So here the images refer to the river revitalization in Chirping River, and also the second one is one of the CRIS projects in Tai Kok Tsui about the play equipment above the dry weather flow interceptor of DSD. So a lot of wonderful things are happening around Hong Kong. So I really hope that for planning department, and we put forward all together these planning merits into our design guidelines for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tracy. So we're gonna have, I just have actually one question for you all. Since constraints is so ingrained, seems like in the strategy of planning spaces, the culture of the different collaborating organizations, the operations, and even physically, within Hong Kong. And even though today we're talking about public open space design lab, but a lot of these scope are outside of design, right? How do we use design to facilitate those things? And how do we create the alignment? So like Chris's example, how do you actually work with all these different departments? For Tracy, how do you actually create a macro framework for all these different entities and government departments? And then also for our overseas speaker, Kathy, how do we also write a guideline? How do you write a guideline? That's very difficult, right? So I just want to ask you guys one thing. What is one tip? How do we break through boundaries? How do we break through these constraints? Maybe each one of you share for a minute. Chris, you want to go first?
Today, we talk about observations. So actually, we do advocacy, many projects, and we learn from the project every time. And we take many times on observation, how about the operations of the play spaces. And then we are now at the challenge, like Tracy said, not constraint. We see the challenge. The challenge come from, I think most of you understand from the management, because the management may not realize there's some innovative thing happening in Hong Kong in the public space. We take many times after the project, we do some sharing with the management people. And we also sharing about evaluation. Evaluation may be important because after the project, they need to, we need to learn what the innovative thing, and then we can share with them on next project what happening in one project, and the next project what they want to make it better and do it better. So from this cycle, we see that why the definitions on, for example, what is play, why it's important, because different stakeholders, for example, adults, they may not have the same understanding about, for example, children's play, because their experience is many years. What they think about playground, only playground equipment. Sometimes they are also worry about, for example, safety. Many times about safety. So we as strategists, we take many time to do the observation and give them some evidence, and then doing some sharing. And then I think one of the critical, we better do more evaluation after each project, and then sharing the professional and other thing. Let them we have the same direction and do it later how to do it.
So evaluation and sharing.
Sharing, yeah.
Tracy?
I would say flexibility, because we've set up a lot of planning and design guidelines and development control parameters, etc. But when you see the proposal of a new open space, then if there are some design merits which really make a difference to the community, I think there is room for slight relaxation in some way. Although it would be a bit maybe contentious, maybe, I don't know, it may generate an unfair issue, but then if we really want to achieve something amazing or something extraordinary, then we can try to explore how to make the open spaces more flexible, and also how to partner with other stakeholders in order to make the open spaces more wonderful, but not simply compliant to the institutional rules.
Flexible and not compliant.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm paraphrasing you.
It's an art in between.
Okay, Kathy.
Oh, thank you. I was just thinking about a risk management issue many years ago where I seem to be striking a constraint all the time that you can't do that because, you can't do that because. And what I did with the risk management was get a risk management consultant to come, and I asked them all of the questions that I could possibly think of about, that had been thrown to me about play spaces. And what happens if a child falls out of a tree that local government has planted in a park? You know, why? And by getting expert advice and then sharing that advice, we enabled the conversation to move forward, and we weren't stuck in that spot anymore. We were actually all able to talk about something else. So it's like the conversation had ground to a halt because we were stuck. And so I think the key for me is sharing information, networking, and really trying to understand when you're stuck in something, what is actually holding us up there.
That's very insightful. Where the bottlenecks are, identify them, and then create a way to share. So I think my time is up, but I want to thank you, all the panelists and speakers, for the wonderful sharing today, and also this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause to our speakers, Chris, Tracy, and joining us online, Kathy, and also our moderator, Eric. Please be seated. Thank you. So I guess all of us have a very fruitful and informative morning. And coming back after lunch, we'll have another session with the dialogue about possible lab design thinking for placemaking. And this dialogue will be focused on a discussion around how design thinking and placemaking helps innovation for public open space. And besides the dialogue, in the afternoon session, we'll also have an exhibition about public exhibition and also a tour experiment. So after lunch, we'd like to invite all of you for joining us. And now, before we going for lunch, we'd like to invite Mr. Michael Lee, Deputy Director of Architectural Services of Architectural Services Department, to come up on stage and deliver a closing remark for us. Let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Michael Lee.
So I'll make this very quick. I know time is essence here. So once again, thank you for joining the Possible Symposium. And let's give a round of applause to everyone here. Our speakers, online speakers, guests, and also our conveners. So very insightful sharing today, and I'm sure that it's very fruitful and everybody's got something to take away as there were very interesting discussions. On seeing all these slides this morning, it came to something fresh to my mind. As a parent, every time I go abroad, no matter to Japan, UK, I have to look for open space. I have to look for playground for the kids to go to. And every time I go there, I treasure one thing. There was some quiet space. There were also some very active space. But all in all, the most I treasure is if the locals go there. If the locals actually play there, that's very important. And for that, I find that for Hong Kong to become an Asia world city, we have to have wonderful promenades for our visitors to enjoy. And also visitors, not just of Hong Kong, of also the locals to go to. And also playgrounds. Now we're very vibrant playground to come. And these are very, very important factors for a city. And so we're embracing on this new method in a way, in a new methodology, as I said. And this very important methodology in consultation, in getting everybody together, in getting kids together, and getting people local together. And it's a very new journey for all of us. And I'm sure that especially when the MC just said now, we've got this public open space design lab this afternoon, and we will be the first time to use the toolkits in the design guide. We are not in this alone. We need all of you to come together, to join hands, to participate, to collaborate into this new journey. So once again, thank you to Create Hong Kong for funding sponsors, project team, the Hong Kong Design Center, thank you, and Neighborhood Innovation Lab by Architectural Commons, One Bite in making today's symposium possible. So thank you for coming today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lee, and please be seated. So we need you to join hands and make a better public open space with us. So we are welcome to see you after lunch, and our afternoon session will start at 2:15. And besides the dialogue, we also prepare a screening from Gale and UN Habitat to share their own thoughts on public open space. So please join us at 2:15. And we will be appreciated if you can complete the questionnaire and return it to the reception with your name badge. So see you soon at 2:15.